Good evening, everyone.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, somebody people are saying there's no sound.
No sound. What the
I
hell?
heard it.
Yeah, I heard it too. That's weird.
We had great
I heard
volume
it.
here.
I wonder if it's because I have a mic plugged in. Hold on.
She take my money when I'm in need. Yes, she's a trifling friend indeed. Oh, she's a gold digger and way over town. That digs on me.
Pull up a seat. Join the circle. Lolita, Tangeray, Eliza, Soup, Bugsy, Harley, Gidget, TJ, OG Buttercup, Tits McGee, Pearl. Enjoy some fresh tea. But don't make Soup send you to bed.
You're embarrassing yourself. Go to bed.
It's just not the same without the intro, is it?
There, they gotta hear that music, then they know the show
there's
started.
a reason why I stopped using the microphone, and I plugged it back in tonight because I can never hear myself when I listen back. Like I get drowned out. So I'm thinking I'll use the mic and I'll be able to be heard, but nope. So carry on. Micless. Hello, Cindy.
Hey, Cindy, I hope you're okay, darling.
That is stuffing up. Yeah, have you guys heard the news?
You'll be shocked.
Or not.
A couple different things, yeah.
Yeah, Ziggy's refusing to pay Cindy.
It was due today.
Who saw that coming? Put a 1 in the chat if you saw that coming. Put a 2 if you actually thought she was going to pay Cindy. I'll wait.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was really, really hoping to be proved wrong.
Same, girl, same.
Yeah, I wanted to be wrong.
But I think we all kind of knew we were right. As always. I've yet to hear an apology, too, for accusing Cindy of falsifying documents and lying about her son's condition. But guess I shouldn't hold my breath, right?
Can I say, if I was in a position to be able to doctor a invoice or receipt, whatever you want to call it, so that you could consistently see the print from the back coming through the paperwork and yet still manage to change the numbers on the front, I wouldn't be faffing around on Canva. I'd be earning a shit ton of money.
Right.
You realise how complex a job that is.
Absolutely. I said the same thing.
Especially trying to get
absurd.
the ink to show through the paper.
Yeah, and just enough, not too much, just right.
Yeah, Lord.
Line those lines up.
Well, in here, hold on, I'm pulling up. I'm looking real quick for the. Okay,
it's just so frustrating. I'm so frustrated with Ziggy and this bullshit.
Well, let me give you her reasoning. If I can get this to.
Here we go.
I have it, but I have to. Oh my God! Wading through all these screenshots, we have some from Nita, some from a certain creator.
We got a show for you tonight, folks.
Yeah,
we got quite a bit to show you.
Hang on a second, girls.
There's a lot.
Jelly shots here. Go back to, I think it was the 2nd or 3rd episode where we talked about Shorty. Well, we had 2 of the ladies up for the tavern, And we discussed the fact that the receipts that were given on Purple's channel were not sufficient for us to examine carefully exactly what had gone on. There wasn't sufficient evidence of individual people. There wasn't hard numbers. I am not saying that there wasn't any deceit there. I'm not saying that people weren't left out of pocket. I am saying to you, without sufficient hard facts that we can examine and report, what do you expect us to do? I would also point out to you that the very people who are complaining that we haven't sufficiently covered Shorty haven't exactly been out there covering Ziggy. They've been in Ziggy's chat. They've been texting Ziggy. They've been talking to Ziggy on the phone by their own admittance. But they're expecting us to make some huge stand about Shorty. I am not discussing this with you all evening. I am making myself perfectly clear. Go back and watch what was said. I've given you the Prayseed version just. Unless you can put a video up on YouTube with all the hard documentation of individual people's individual amounts that you say Shorty scammed, don't
With the
come expecting
individuals.
me to pull rabbits out of hats and do whatever it is that you would like me to do, because it's not happening. Now, if you're going to be a bore and carry on, you can go to the exit. I am not arguing with you all night. We have different things to do. I'm sorry that you don't feel that we've sufficiently dragged somebody over the coals with insufficient evidence, but that's not what we do.
So
If it's not covered adequately by another creator, what do you expect? We are not going real life on Shorty. We don't even know the names of the people that she allegedly scammed. If you know better, make the video. I'll review it.
yeah,
I
Suzanne,
will tell you,
who
we
is
brought
Shorty? I don't know.
we brought Cindy up on panel. You heard from Cindy in her own words. She told her story. She showed her receipts. It's not the same thing.
Nope.
Those two
We're not.
situations aren't even close to the same. We never heard not a single victim from the victim say that they were a victim. As a matter of fact, I heard several say that they were included in something that they didn't want to be included in as it being part of a scam because they sent it because they wanted to send her things. So it's
Receipts channel. We're not an expose channel. We just talk about fuckery. And
there we go. And that's the other thing.
I have no
That
idea.
this bullshit happened like 4 or 5 months ago, right?
And who
Why the hell
fuck
were
is
you
she?
talking about it now?
Like, I have
It
no
happened.
idea who this person is because she's not like a regular creator. It's a community within a community within a community.
She was a tiny creator then. She had not been around for months. You've got to be in your bonnet because she was back on the tavern several weeks ago. I am not interested in fighting your fight for you. If you are upset by that, you have every right to your feelings. You have every right to say you wouldn't go anywhere that she is. But I don't understand why you expect me to feel the same way that you do.
Go make your own channel if you want to bitch about Shorty.
But I mean, we addressed it with the one video that Pro
Wait.
made, right?
We did.
We did. That's what I thought. So case closed. Suck it.
Let's rehash that. Let's rehash it. Let's play it right now. Let me find it quick.
Yeah, the thing is, if you play, you're going to get absolutely slammed
Oh.
for copyrights. That was
That's
the problem
right.
before. Please go to my channel. Drop my channel link. Go and watch it. Go to our community tab. Watch it from there.
Keep forgetting that 50 Cent won his money.
Anyway, I think that we've been sidetracked by that sufficiently. I have told you everything that I'm going to say about it.
I agree.
Yep. So
I was over at my son's making dinner and helping them pack up because they're moving last night. What in the holy hell was going down at Cam's?
I'm sorry, darling, I
That's
didn't catch that.
crazy.
What was that?
What was going on at Cam's? It was crazy over there. I missed part of
Before
it.
we move on to that, can we just finish up the Ziggy debacle?
Oh, sure. I'm
quick?
sorry.
No, you're fine. Before I wrote it all down just now. Okay, so I'm going to explain this to Ziggy. This is how it works. In Ziggy's head, her explanation to Cindy today was that she's made 3 $100 payments, and the first statement was 75, and the second statement was 225. Therefore, that equals 300, and she shouldn't have to pay her anymore. That's not the way it works. No, she made 2 payments in the December, which went into December's invoice. Great. You paid, what, 125 more than what the bill was. But for the statement that was due today, you only made 1 payment it was actually on 12/31. It got posted on January 2nd for $100. That statement was 225. You don't just, pay whatever you want whenever you want. No, it gets paid immediately on that card. So that's my
Right. And
explanation.
now, since you didn't pay her today and your payment was insufficient by $125, you now owe an extra $41 because there's a late fee.
Right.
$41. Why would you do that?
So now your next statement is going to be probably 225 plus 41. So
266?
it's bullshit. I don't know how to make this person adult.
Well, we're never going to make this person adult. I mean, I came to terms with that a while back. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So anyway, that's the situation with that.
Kicked myself. I had literally 100 with all this Nita fuckery. I have like 100 windows open, and then I tab, and it opened like 100 new tabs, and blew up my computer. Now I gotta freaking open those all over again.
It's all Scott's fault. I hear he's been enabling her with payment.
Oh, that's right, Scott.
Lolita still doesn't have her wet bar, Scott.
I have to be able to wash my hands from the kitchen island.
She comes first.
I can't be bothered to walk 20 feet to the sink. I need a sink on my island.
Why would your sink be 20 feet from your island, though?
Probably,
I just want to know.
big
That's
kitchen.
kind of a distance. That's a little large of a kitchen.
No, it's about 15 feet. But the island is...
How many kids do you have? You need a kitchen that big.
It was a cart that I found on... Where the hell did I find that? Craigslist. Like an old beat-up cart. And I brought it home, and I sanded it, and I painted it, and I distressed it, and I turned it into an island. So it's not technically an island. It's a make-believe island. So yeah,
well, if it's a cart, just roll that bitch closer to the sink.
I took the wheels off and put the legs on. Right, I gotta download all this stuff again. Oh my god! You know what? I think maybe I'll just log into Gmail and show it from there. Make life easier.
Oh, Scott has countertop samples to you.
He's going all out.
She's the favorite.
Excellent. I've trained you well.
So we can, I don't know, do you guys want to go over Cam's debauchery and all of that, or?
Yeah, I missed Cam's and I caught Scott's.
Oh, give me 1 second. Let me put this up quick. Because if people
I definitely want to hear what happened.
Cindy.
While you're doing that, who saw Dawn on the Cow Ladies channel last night?
I did.
Yes, I did.
I did too.
As Beck.
What the actual?
And hey, y'all.
Did anybody see the fact that he's actually in Arkansas today?
Yep.
He showed footage of him driving, and the sign that he was driving towards was Little Rock, Arkansas.
Who?
Dawn.
Oh.
All right, can everybody see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. To Ziggy from Cynthia Smith. It is very tiny. I got to go back to the email to read it. Oh, I see how this is going to work. You have only paid $300 total towards anything. If you want to know the truth, you have paid nothing. You owed me $300. Please show proof where you have paid anything. And that is true. There was $300 cash that was owed from Ziggy to Cynthia Smith. Cindy, I've sent you over $300 and there's only been 2 payments. The first minimum payment was $75 and this month's payment was $225. That's $300 total. I sent you $300 to Venmo. There's only been December's payment and January. I have the first December payment recorded where it says $75 because we both called the company together, which Cindy denies. And then the $225 payment was this month. I've sent you over $300. I also paid money to the card directly, which she did not, because she does not have access to it. So really, it's over $300. I'll send you more money this month, but it's not gonna be today. The card was first used the beginning. These are out of order. I'm sorry. Hello, the payment is due today before 5 p.m. There will be a $41 late fee, Ziggy. I don't pay my bills like this. Also, did you request a billing statement? Okay. This is from the last one. The card was first used the beginning.
Can I quickly mention that comment that was, I've lost it now, Brenda. Here we go. Put her back up. Brenda, last night Ziggy was saying how great she felt and how energized she felt and how positive she felt. Meanwhile, Cindy is worried to death. Her son is still ill. She still has a heart problem. She still has this hanging over her. Where's your concern for Cindy?
Do you know what kind of mental anguish it causes people to worry that their bills are going to be late and their credit is going to be affected by that?
Yeah, she's down, what, 20 points or more?
Well, and then have to chase down the payment. I mean, she can't even get the minimum payment paid on time, much less anything above the minimum. I'm sorry, Ziggy, but this isn't going to take you 20 fucking years.
I'm sorry that you don't think it's a big deal. Some people take their financial matters, their credit scores, and all of that quite seriously. And if you don't, well, that's you.
Serious question, Brenda.
Deal.
Serious question, Brenda. If you're really that concerned and you're in a position to help, I'm sure that I can arrange some way for you to send Cindy money on Ziggy's behalf. Hit us up. Our email is.
Worried about her mental anguish because she puts herself in these situations. Get the fuck off of YouTube and get a job.
Get 3 jobs if you have to. You know, that's what people do. People pay their bills, you know, and sometimes they have to work more than one job to do so. I mean, if you could rack a card up that high in the matter of 14 days, knowing damn well you're going to have this payment on top of the car payment, on top of all your other payments, you just don't do it if you don't have the money to do it.
I urge you, Brenda, to go and watch her last live where she's saying at the end how great she feels and how positive she feels, and come back to me and tell me where the mental anguish is.
Or one of the last few where she's in there shaking her boobs and stuff at the camera. I mean, she looks like a woman that's been beat down. You're right, Brenda.
Right.
Get out of here.
Yep, so she continues going on about the cycle time. Bitch knows nothing about credit cards, all right? I can send you more this month, but like I said, but I cannot today. She doesn't have money. She broke. Spent all her money going to Tennessee. Oh, yeah, look at this, too. What the hell? What the actual feck is this? Come on, pull up. Becky, YouTube has taken 100% of my channel's ad revenue for the past 14 days and has denied my appeal. Yet has not viewed the appeal video I submitted 3 days ago. Did she get demonetized? No.
That's why she's on the other channel.
Oh.
All makes sense now.
Interesting. I never watched her. I had no idea.
I didn't know either.
Well, now you know. You heard
Now
it
I
here
know.
first.
The more you know, folks.
Oh, hey, Wisconsin mama.
Well, 6 for somebody who isn't about the money. She's sure tagging them and tagging them and tagging them.
Oh, yeah, there's like 6 pages of it, but
Brenda,
awfully laggy.
are you coming late to the conversation? We've been doing nothing but helping Cindy sort this out, and it's been like talking
Good
to a
God.
brick wall.
Yep.
I mean, what about Cindy, who had to cover her payment today? With Ziggy, you're still gonna owe a fucking late fee because you were late.
Yep. You're not off the hook.
So, right there, outright.
Ziggy,
refuse
if you
to
want
pay.
this to go away, Brenda, if you'd like us to quit talking about it, we'll be happy to do it
Pay
when
it.
she
Pay it off.
pays Ziggy back. I mean, pays
Or
Nothing
Cindy
would
back.
give me greater satisfaction than to never have to mention Ziggy ever again. But I'm not going to lie down and let her roll over Cindy and
Not
destroy
happening.
Cindy. It's not
No.
happening.
We will talk about this and talk about this and continue to talk about it until she pays Cindy back.
Yep.
It's not going away. I don't care how many people come into the chat crying about it. Go windmill somewhere else.
Yeah, let's not confuse Bleeding Heart Brenda with the fabulous Brenda Lee.
The right Brenda knows which one was being spoken about like that.
Right.
Plus, Andrew, he paid his back before it ever became public. I believe he took out a loan against his house.
Yep, that is true.
Maybe.
I was just
It's
laughing
possible.
at that.
It's possible.
God, my freaking computer is so laggy. All right, on to the next topic. Where were we going?
They were going to talk about what happened at Cam's.
Oh, okay. Carry on.
Carry on. I want to hear.
So, Cams, wow. So essentially he started doing his show. He was going to do his show. He was talking about, which we can talk about this too, the video that Lips had put out, as well as then BK put out a video, essentially, you know, saying he's back on drugs, this and that, and he was addressing that, and then BK wanted a link to come up there, and shit went from there. I mean, it didn't get any better. Then Chasing Truth came up. She just wanted to clear the air on the whole, I don't know, the wrench game was going on in chat. I mean, why is my wrench gone? That type of thing. It was a whole mess, and nothing about Summer.
Yeah.
I got back late, so I didn't get to see all of it. And yeah, it was crazy when I went in there. Like, he and BK were up there. Allie said the F word. Allie threw an F-bomb out there. You know it's bad.
Yeah. She, no, I think she has a lot to say.
I think so too. You could like read her face. She looked like she had a whole lot to say.
Yeah.
I
wish she would have. I want to see an Allie rant.
Right. I give her full props though, because she just sat there and kind of kept herself, you know, calm. I don't know how.
Yeah,
Cindy, use your wrench as needed.
I took care of them. I just kicked them right out.
Thank you.
Well, I think
put up with that.
With Cam, I mean, the poor guy, he's been fucked with so bad on here that he doesn't know where to turn, who to trust. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, the behind the scenes games are a lot.
Well, all these people claim to care, right?
Mhm.
And
Right.
they just immediately put bullshit out saying he's on drugs with zero proof of anything. I mean, have you had a conversation with him? Have you had concern enough to go to him to ask him? Because I will tell you that, yeah, shit went down in our chat last time. You know what we did? We immediately talked to him, all of us together on a panel privately, and we found out what was going on and what truly was. And it's not that. And so I think that, you know, if you truly care and you're worried about somebody, then you go to them and you find out. But don't go accusing people of something that they didn't do, because, you know, as a recovering addict, I would imagine the last thing you want to do is be blamed for doing something when you're not, right?
Right, and
Absolutely.
he definitely was not high. We can all confirm that.
He agreed to meet with us right away. He came up on camera. He was on camera the whole time. We had a conversation. He did acknowledge that he was acting out of character, and he didn't make excuses, only explain the reason why. But it had nothing to do with using drugs.
No,
and he cool as a cucumber. He calmed right down once he was able to have that, you know, open dialogue and explain what was happening. But yeah, he's been jerked around so much.
And I want to say one other thing. If you're going to think you're a badass and dig and poke at people by putting comments in chat directed at them and then immediately deleting it so that the person looks like a loon, we see you. That's all.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. So I think that people, and then BK's reasoning for why he put that video out. He put the video out because he was pissed because Scott H was a mod and said something about him in Cam's channel. So you will go after Cam for that?
Right. It's just ridiculous stuff. It's all ridiculous stuff.
Lots of finger pointing.
Mm-hmm.
Behind the scenes fuckery.
And again, more conspiracy theories. At one stage, BK actually said that Scott H was paying Nita to influence Smiley's world. And it's just, what?
We're pissed about that, Scott. Nita's around because of you.
Yeah.
You encourage.
He's obviously not paying. He's not paying her enough. That's for sure.
Right? Because she's still begging.
Yeah, holy hell. There's so many screenshots that crashed my computer, y'all.
Wow. I can't. Thanks, Nita. You broke the show.
Right?
Legit. Oh, everybody's demanding checks from Scott now.
Well, I mean, if he's sending them out, I'll take one.
She wants her bar sync first.
Scott for just $17 a month.
Oh.
Scott has a side chick? What? Scott has so many sides.
Yeah.
He's married to all of us.
Right.
An angel, too.
And I think Lean on Me, and I think
Carol.
I don't know who all.
Carol's one of the sister wives too. Yeah. Any more we should know about Scott?
Yeah, it's getting to the point we're gonna need a roster.
Yeah.
So is Griffey coming up?
Yeah, I sent her the link a little bit ago.
All right. I'm just gonna show these from Gmail, I think.
Hey, Griffey, come on up.
Not risk another shutdown here. I was playing with my green screen earlier, so that probably did not help.
Heather, the $17 thing is something that keeps coming up consistently as a figure. It's very similar to the $15,000 that is often randomly quoted as what some creator made off a case last month. For some reason, it always seems to be $15,000 and $17. It's like they're the only two numbers. So it's just a running joke.
Hey, Griffey.
Good evening, ladies.
Hi,
Hello,
Griffey.
hello.
Hello.
Hey,
Thank you for
Griffey.
coming up.
Hi, Griffey.
Hello. Oh, it's a pleasure.
Welcome to the circle, Griffey.
Hey, Griffey, I just got to know, are you L15?
What gave it away?
Yes, apparently, Griffey, we sound exactly alike. I don't quite see it myself, but there you go.
I have no clue. Well, I've heard of L15, but I wasn't around the drama purple weird community when all of that went down. So yeah, that is a weird thing to take away from saying Griffey is L15, or even that We Frost the Ewok is L15, because quite clearly L15 was an English lady. So how you could say that a South African lady is that English lady, or an Irish lady is that English lady? Yeah, that just boggles the mind.
Well, 17 degrees of separation, and there we are. That's Heidi's logic.
Right. So, Griffey, when did you start modding over there for Nita?
Pretty much in the beginning of Nita's channel. I mean,
Because I know we were both there early on.
yeah, it was very, very early on. And yeah, you see, the thing is, to start talking about it, it's a year and a half's friendship.
Right.
I mean, as all of you know, I must apologize beforehand because I have the weirdest way of taking the longest direction to explain something. But
do it however you do it.
The long and the short of it.
Don't worry about that. I've already explained to these ladies that I once asked my partner if he wanted a cup of tea, and his reply, rather than yes, was, he did think, I do think that at this point in time, the idea of a cup of tea does quite appeal. Just say yes.
Well, as most of you probably know, most of you, I say most because not all of the chat are aware. Yes, I was with Nita's World from very, very early on. And I was there for a very long time as well. And yeah, I'm not there anymore. Haven't been there in months. And when I'm saying months, I'm really talking about months. But I haven't spoken on Nita before. I mean, I could have very easily turned my channel into a tell-all about what happened.
Right.
But I did not. Because that's not me. It's not who I am. It's not what I do. If I have a fallout with you, we don't talk from there, and that's the end of it. Or we hash things out, we part our separate ways, whatever the case may be. But when it ends, and it's finished. But in the last couple of months, I've been receiving messages from people who were over there that the most terrible things have been done to. And it's stuff that I cannot just sit by and say, oh, well, that sucks for you. I mean, I even had one specific person that came onto my panel and she was crying about what she had experienced. And she didn't even divulge everything on that live stream, as she had been respectful of my panel and my channel in every way that she possibly could be. But after the fact, she told me everything unfiltered. And yeah, not only was I dumbstruck, I was in tears. Because you don't treat people that way. People are not supposed to be treated that way, especially not people who help you. So, yeah, that's basically the long and the short of it. What happened between myself and Nita, as I said before, it happened. Those who would really want to know everything, every little small detail, I'll tell the story. But if I were to sit and tell the story up here on panel with you guys, we'll be sitting here for a couple of hours. And after leaving both channels that I helped a lot with, I can no longer do 8-hour live streams.
Right.
I have a newfound love and respect for the sleep that I'm currently getting. My insomnia is better, and I'd like to keep it that way. So yeah, if you guys would like me to tell the story about how I was, how I got to Nita's World, what happened there, and from there, and why I left, just know that I don't want to go into her personal affairs because I don't
Right.
do that.
Right. No, I don't either. Just the YouTube stuff. You know what I mean? Wasn't she going behind your back? What was the thing with the things for the shows that you do? 'Cause you're a graphic artist.
Yeah, basically I make intros and I make channel art and stuff like that. What had happened? Well, I actually got a message. It it actually sprung out of one of my live streams. Somebody came over and was like, "Oh, so here you are." And then the intros were mentioned, and then the person sent me a message after the live stream saying, "You charge a certain amount for an intro, right?" And I was like, "No, I don't." Why? I said no, because I actually saw the intro that you made for Nita, and I had asked if she could possibly put me in contact with whoever made the intro for her, because I would like an intro made for my own channel as well. Long story short, to which was said to that person. Now, once again, I cannot tell that story. I cannot verify it because I did not see that proof. But it came about that I would have actually have gotten that intro to make for that person, but there was an assumption that I charge $100 for an intro, which I do not. And so, yeah, it never happened. But that same person kept sitting with the thought that I pay, well, basically, I charge $100 for an intro. So, yeah, as I said, I mean, that I can only leave up to that person to tell her story when she feels good and ready to do so. I cannot do it for her.
Right.
That is her story to tell, because that is what happened to her. All that was said to me was said to me.
Okay, and go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's fair enough.
Yeah, that's completely fair.
Yeah.
You said that there were a lot of people that were talking to you and stuff about things that had gone on, because I've got some Seen some crazy things over the last couple of days, that's for sure.
Um, yeah, it's funny you should mention that because that is one thing that bothers me. That is one thing that bugs me. And it's not to go on a non-stop rant fest or hate fest. I mean, I've got no room for it. But where my problem comes in is that people ask simple questions. They are not disrespectful in a chat in any way, shape, or form. They ask a question, but the mere fact that they ask the question causes such an uproar that at the end of the day, they are the person who asked the question is shouted at and called names and then blocked. I mean, if you want to be a YouTube content creator, you should be able to take some constructive criticism when it's given to you. You should also be able to answer questions that you would normally not be comfortable with and do it in such a way that you don't throw all your toys out of your cot because of it. I mean, there's
Absolutely.
times there are times that there are people in your chat that are unnecessarily rude and that come and ask you the stupidest shit questions that are known to man. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about people that have a normal conversation with you, that are not being rude, that are just caring and saying, you know what, you sound a little stressed out. Maybe you should take a little break off of YouTube because you're going through a lot right now. And then that person gets cussed out and thrown out of the chat. And what's worse about it is the fact that the mods even go at that person themselves. I mean, I'm sure you can relate, Eliza.
Yeah.
Being...
It was just comical to me. I'm sorry. I laughed about it. Why are you so defensive? Why did she accuse me of calling her a name? I did not. But then turn around and call me a bitch. Who was doing the name calling? She's defensive because she's defensive. Why are you defensive? Why do you have reason to be defensive? Yeah.
Yeah, that is something
it raised a lot of questions.
Yeah, I did not understand that at all. I mean, because you clearly did not call her Ziggy. You told her don't be like Ziggy.
Right. And then did you notice that when I said that, all the I'm about to cry came right out of her, and she went back to the mean little creator she is.
Yeah.
That happens a lot where she uses where she uses like a feign of emotion to kind of like get things back her way. It's the most adults don't act like this.
Yeah,
they do not.
See that is one of the things that gets to me is the fact that if you want to be a content creator covering missing children's cases, missing people's cases, you cannot insert your personal life into it. If you really, I mean, and we all have lives, we all have trauma, we all have things that we need to deal with. We all have times that we feel that we can't carry on anymore and it's all too much. If you feel the need, then start a live stream saying, I need to talk about some personal stuff. I need to get some personal stuff off my chest. And then have no mention of the case that you're currently covering in that live. I mean, I must admit, I won't say I was doing the same thing because my channel is not a true crime channel. Not at all.
Right.
I may comment and I may once upon a time give my opinion about something, but I don't cover the cases. And that is the specific reason why I don't cover these cases. Because I know that when I've had a crappy day and I have a live stream scheduled that night, everybody that's in my chat is going to hear about that crappy day. I'll just try to do it in the funniest way possible. But
Yeah.
when you cover these cases, you've got to try to keep your personal life separate from that. And the biggest thing that has been really getting to me is the fact that there are comments made, right? A comment would be made in general saying, yeah, we used to be friends. I thought you were my friend. Meanwhile, you were just getting information on me. Do you have any idea how many messages I receive asking me if that's me? Because it's left to the general public to decide who that person is that's being referred to. It's not a situation of, oh, this person did me wrong, this person was my friend, and now I see that they're just getting information on me. No, it's some or other person. It's always generalized in a way to make other people decide who that person is.
Griffey, could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that at a much earlier stage in your friendship than recently, that it moved from a friendship to being almost transactional? She treated you like an employee to the point of farming you out to the creators. Is that correct?
An unpaid employee.
An unpaid employee. That's what I'm saying. It became a transactional thing rather than true friendship. She was expecting a certain amount of productivity from you.
Well, in the beginning, it was a friendship to me. It was a very, very important friendship to me. I mean, I sacrificed nights and days, and I mean, I can't even begin to tell you how many times Stella was pissed at me for the amount of time that I was spending. And after a while, it did start to feel as if there wasn't a friendship. It was just do this, do that, do this, do that. And don't get me wrong, I mean, I never asked Nita for anything to help her. I never asked her for any sort of payment. The one thing I did kind of wish that I had heard once in a while was thank you. That was all.
Thank you is nice.
Thank you
That
goes
was
a long
all.
ways.
It was all I wanted, was just thank you. But it was mostly a fact of I'm not doing something fast enough, or she could have done it herself. And yeah, it was, at the end of the day, it was just not, it was not a friendship anymore.
It's really sad. I remember you were there with her through a lot of stuff. Like there's always something, and she just kind of is always pulling at your heartstrings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's tough. It's tough to say no in situations like that. And a lot of these creators do that. They create these situations where it's always chaos and there's always some kind of crises. You know what I mean? That they need help with. They don't want to finance their own lives, and it's frustrating.
So
But she had, go ahead.
Yeah, no, as I was saying, it was just I would never speak upon what had happened between me and Nita and how things went down, this, that, or the other. But I have been dealing with months of messages that I'm receiving about this was said in such a way, is that you? This was said in that way, was that you? And I got to the point where I got sick of it. I did get sick of it. Because I have not spoken to Nita. The last thing I did was I offered condolences for her mom. And I'm really, really sorry that her mom died. And I'm sorry for the other stuff that she's going through. But even with all that grief and all that suffering and the things that you're going through, if you pick fights with people and you call them names and you tell them to go to hell in a gas truck, do you really expect them to just sit and not say anything back? I mean, not everybody will just sit and take it.
No,
I
and
sat,
we had talked a while back, and I had talked to the girls about it, and I told you, nothing really was coming of it. And then when we went into her chat, we were listening to her live, and she started calling Liza a bitch and stuff. We were just like, wow. And then Pearl got riled up, and it was over with. Like,
yeah.
because we knew about this for a while, but then she's shitty to people. She treats everybody like garbage.
I mean, even the same. That's one thing that I'm really upset about lately, is seeing a good friend. It's not only insinuated or said in such a general way that things come flying my way, saying, "Oh, is that you? Was that said about you? This, that, and the other." But other people as well, people that have helped previously, now get accused of really nasty stuff. How do you go about doing that to people who helped you? That is what gets me the worst.
It really shows her character.
Yeah, it really does.
So yeah, I don't know if anybody has any specific questions they want to ask, or do not have any specific questions they want to ask.
I know this is a controversy that a lot of creators are dealing with. So this is not specifically about Nita, but you can probably answer with Nita in mind.
Yeah.
Amazon wish lists, items being sent from there. And I know that there has been rumours about Bullhorn Betty where things have been sent back and money taken, or things have been sold by other creators. And I believe that there was very much a situation with Nita and the same thing, that there are things that were on the wish list that were gifted and not used for the intention that they were gifted. Is there anything that you know about that? Or
Well, I know of 3 separate people in total regarding the same items. But yeah, as I said before, I can't tell these people's stories. They need to tell it for themselves. But I do know of 3 separate individuals all thinking they paid for the same thing.
right, so it's very much a bomb cell situation, and where you're seeing rumours of the same people paying for the same item. But yeah, I appreciate you can't obviously hand over any evidence, but that's something for us to look into. So thank you. I had heard that.
Well, actually, one of them did talk to us, and she sent some screenshots.
Okay, well, there you have it.
Yes, we do have some receipts on some of this.
We do. Let me know when you are ready to see them.
I think we're ready.
Right now would probably be a pretty good
So
time
can I
to-
just ask a question, not really knowing anything about Nita? I remember her early on. I watched a few times, and it just, I don't know, it felt like I don't know. It wasn't my vibe, and I didn't go back. So was it more because to me, I seen it as just, it's a constant, like, ask for money, one situation after another. But maybe you guys actually being mods and stuff, was it more just the way she treated you? Or was some of the grifting type stuff, did that have any effect on your thoughts of her?
Most definitely it did. Due to the fact that, but you can also take into account every person is not the same.
Right.
With Stella and myself, we were in a situation and we were very, very fortunate to be helped when we needed to be helped. When we were really, really facing troubles, we were helped. And from there, anybody who comes over and visits on my channel knows I I dread putting my Cash App down. Not my Cash App, my PayPal. I dread putting it down. I dread asking for anything. Because I don't want to feel as if I'm taking advantage of people.
And I get that. And, to me, there's a lot of people who do support creators, and I've got no problem with them wanting to support them. What I like I've said before with the Ziggy thing, what I have a problem with is when you're contacting people behind the backs to get money, and when you're just, like almost, if they want to give, let them give, but don't, I don't know. It
It's a
just,
constant
to me,
prompting.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
Like
constant prompting.
it's the emotional manipulation that we get from some of these creators of, I can't pay my rent, I can't get my medicine, and they just almost emotionally manipulate people to want to give them money to help them out, because a lot of us are caring people, and if we can, we do.
Yeah.
Right.
And I get, every once in a while, shit happens to everybody. I understand that. It's just like when it's just a constant shit happening, it becomes too much for me.
Yeah, me too. That's why I ended up, stepping away from modding for her. I just needed to, create some distance in that situation, and that also kind of started me looking at Ziggy in a different light than I had before too. Because there was this person that kind of, I don't know, groomed me toward it in a way. If that makes sense.
Right.
And so I just thought that's what all the creators did. And then I started watching more and more, and I'm like, I don't think so. This isn't right. And it becomes like this constant thing over time, and it's too much. It's too much.
Tanya, can I ask you something? Recently, have you gotten any messages asking if the person she's referring to is you?
No, I haven't gotten any messages asking that, but I just took for granted it was either you or me that she was talking about.
You see, that's where the only thing comes in, and it's the one thing that she does not bear in mind when she says general things like that. I have stayed away. I've kept my mouth shut. I haven't talked about anything. I just left it. But every once in a while, I get bombarded with messages asking me if I'm being talked about now. What did I do this time? I did this, or I'm this friend that she's referring to. I'm like, what the hell are you actually talking about? I'm not subscribed. I don't go there. I leave it alone. So, what is the deal? That is what started getting me really agitated towards the end, specifically now, recently, with the latest messages. Because it's been how long already?
Right.
So, the only thing I would ask is quit generalizing things in such a way to get people to make their own decision on who that person is that's being referred to. Either say who it is or don't say anything.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because generalizing things like that only brings about more drama to other people, and most of the time to people who did not do a damn thing.
Yeah, that's the truth. Lolita, can you read those? I can't see them. It's really tiny on my screen. Thank you.
Okay, this looks like is this a Facebook Messenger message from Nita, her name? And it says March 9th at 11:31 p.m. I'm just not feeling it. I just went through all kind of crap because basically I got robbed at my point in the parking lot of the shopping center near where I live. And yeah, I made a police report and all that good stuff. And hopefully they'll catch the people because I was able to identify them. But that ain't going to give me my money back. I'm just fucked. And I don't have time to deal with her and her bullshit after she was talking crap about my child, telling him mentally, I'm assuming she meant calling him, mentally handicapped and disabled, and saying that he lives with me and I don't take care of him. Like, lady, you don't even know me, and you obviously don't know what you're talking about. Keep my son's name out of your mouth. And you know, for real, like, my child has a terminal illness and we're waiting for surgery that may either save him or kill him. And I don't need your extra expletive and stress right now. I don't know, like I thought she was a crafting channel when I first got sent her information, not some lady that's dealing in conspiracy theories and lies and bullshit and chasing clout. Okay, and this one is it looks like an Amazon wish list item for, is that like a microphone and a soundboard?
Yeah.
Looks like. Order placed.
Which I never hear her mess with. I heard her mess with it just a few times, and then after that, nothing.
Yeah, because a lot of people aren't smart enough to figure them out. Just saying. Okay, here we have another Facebook Messenger message. February 27th. So we're going back in time here. Okay, being 1,000% honest, the microphone soundboard combo would be more helpful simply because that microphone has a 3.5 millimeter plug that will also work with my cell phone and any tablet or other device, and the soundboard with enable me to give you guys a better quality broadcast, but that's up to you. I'm just thankful that anybody cares enough. I won't be able to do anything towards the case with the drone until I get my transportation situation fixed. What? I won't be able to do anything towards the case with the drone until I get my transportation?
She wanted a drone before she wanted that soundboard, right?
Well, I don't know if it ties into these other two documentaries she said that she was making that the Sunshines had to fund her gas for, and then they never materialized. Nothing about them materialized. So it may have had something to do with that. I'm not positive, but either way, it's a drone that we all know Nita has never.
I've asked
Right?
around, and nobody has seen her show any drone footage that she's used this drone that her Sunshine's paid for.
Right. Hey, Griffey, Scott has a question. Do you feel Nita played any part in the disruption of the friendship with yourself, Stella, and him?
Well, there's always a possibility to everything. I'm not saying that there wasn't. I would have definitely liked the opportunity for all of us to sit and talk about it and hash it all out so that all parties are involved and everyone gets to say their say. And it could be sorted out. But unfortunately, that never happened.
Yeah, we Frosty wanted to have you explain the Nita Chip and Chase situation when possible.
Okay, well, that's
of course she's going to make you do that, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, I just love this bit. You know, rehashing the same story 50 times over is
right
on the top of my list. Okay, but I'll get if I may, I'll try to get through it as quick as possible. Well, basically, I was managing Nita's channel and I was helping her with her channel, right? After some time had passed, Nita asked me to help another creator with her channel, which was Chip. It was during that time that the whole 423 chase situation started happening. I had several concerns about Chip, but I stayed and I helped because it was asked to, and I keep my word.
Hold on, Griffey.
Right.
is Mystery Angels, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Chip from Mystery Angels. Then the 43 Chase billboard thing happened. In short, Mystery Angels, among others, had offered to fundraise in order to help pay for the billboards. Again, to keep things short, Mystery Angels offered to do a raffle to auction off all sorts of things to raise funds. Now, Chip asked me to open up a PayPal for the channel for those donations. Right. So the night of the fundraiser, it became clear that there was a lack of clarity regarding the billboard information. And Chase was all, yeah, but he doesn't have PayPal. He only has Cash App. And we were explaining to, but we don't have Cash App. We only have PayPal. So yeah, that was a whole other situation to which my concerns became greater. It became a lot bigger than this, just that. So by the end of that evening, there was also some suspicion across YouTube about the information that the public had about Chase that was not the same as the information that the billboard company released. So I was concerned that the money donated was not being handled correctly, would not go for what it was stated. So I spoke with Nita about it, and after speaking to her, I gotta say that she did offer me very good advice. So I made the decision to refund everyone their donations, not only because of my suspicions, but also because the PayPal was registered in Stella's name. Point one, to me, I don't want to keep people's money that thought they were donating to a billboard and then it all turned out to be a load of bull. I'm going to look like the one running off with their money, and I didn't want that. So I refunded it. It was a total of $140 or something to that extent. I still have the receipt, so they're still backed up. Because every once in a while it comes up with somebody saying, yeah, well, I scammed people. Okay, so after that, it became clear that I could no longer work with Chip of Mystery Angels because it just had gotten too much. And Nita still required help, so I went back to go and help her on her channel. Okay, so then Chase made several large donations to other channels. I'm sure Sharon down under Crime Talks can attest to that, because he made one towards her that I know about, that I was in the chat when it happened. So yeah, he made a lot of big donations to other channel creators. And it was during that time, just before that, just after that, the time frame is not 100% for me on that, but I do know that it was round about that time that Nita had an idea that she wanted to help people. She wanted to help her sunshine. She wanted to help people that were in need. So she wanted to find a way to get a fund together to help these people that are in distress, which I found to be a very noble and awesome thing to do. Just a little while after that, Stella and I found ourselves in the same traumatic experience because we had been evicted. So that's when Chase came and, well, firstly, let me just get to this part because I'm basically missing, which makes it look weird. Chase made a private declaration that he was going to donate $10,000 to an account for the Sunshine Fund, basically to help Nita. And as we all know, the money never came. Even after Nita had driven to Tennessee in an unreliable car to go and get it. Several people had already applied to Nita for financial assistance, and because Chase lied to everyone, none of those applicants got the help that they needed. I do also know that at the same time, as well as that, while Stella and I were going through our own crisis and traumatic experience, Chase had offered to help us apart from the Sunshine Fund. So it wouldn't have been part of that, it would have been separate. And yeah, well, that never happened. But another friend of ours went and asked on the Discord if anyone was able to help us. Chase and one of his many girlfriends had messaged that friend of mine and volunteered to finance help in order to secure us a new home. That would have been the private help that he offered us. And so after that, after several weeks of lies, false promises, stuff that was said, never done, it was clear that Chase was not truthful, and I have received no money from him or his many girlfriends, including that girlfriend that also offered. So there was a collective of other friends that came together and helped us to secure the home that we are in now. And we are endlessly, endlessly grateful for it, and definitely not ordering any DoorDash over here. So, yeah, that is actually the whole long and the short of the whole Chase situation. To get everything as it happened, you guys would need a heck of a lot of time to go and watch a heck of a lot of videos to catch it as it went down. All I could basically say to those coming back saying, yeah, but you were on Chips and you were back in Chase and you were on Nita's world, and how do we know you're not shady? You know what? Come over, send me an email, drop into my chat, whatever the case may be, and come and ask me. If you want to see receipts, I'll show you. I've never had any problem showing proof that I'm not a bullshitter. That is just the long and the short of it, because I can't put it in any simpler way than what it is. I know multiple people have been blamed. I do know that there was a time that Chase came back fairly recently that he was actually speaking to, I think, Harsh Reality, that he had started the rumor saying that Stella and I had tried to scam him with a fake eviction. That never happened. So you can imagine to yourself, every now and again when all this comes back around and once again we hear about the whole Chase deal and the whole Chip deal and everything that had happened and went down there, every time I'm having to explain myself. And I'm getting sick of having to explain myself, because I know for a fact that I did not do a thing wrong, and I tried to do my best, not only for myself and my family, but for everybody else involved. It would have been very easy for me to turn around and run away with $140 that was donated to Mystery Angels, but I do not do that. My conscience would not allow me to sleep a wink, knowing that I took somebody else's money and ran. So yeah, if at all, at any point in time, I had received a cent from 423 Chase, you'd be damn sure I would be saying, yes, I did receive this much. Here's the proof. But on multiple occasions, I have sent out all my PayPal records to show that I never received a cent from that man, and he was the scammer, not me.
Yeah, I never, you were always on the up and up. I never ever thought that you were any part of any kind of fuckery like that. Never. I don't think anybody that knows you did. And I feel so bad that you're in this position now to where you feel like you have to not hide that you were there, but you just don't want this association between the two names, you know? And I feel the same way.
Yeah. I mean, I bet you can relate to the same thing. I mean, whenever I go around to this chat or that chat or the other, I still get referred to as a Nita person. I haven't been there in months. I left. I did it quietly. I did not say a thing to nobody. I left things as they were. What happened between me and Nita happened between me and Nita, and that's that. There's nothing I can do to change that fact. There's nothing I can do to make things better. The only thing I can do is I can wish her well. But I am my own person. I'm nobody else's person. The only other person that I can be called is that's Griffey. She's a Stella person. She's Stella's person. Because that's whose person I am. Nobody else owns me. Nobody else has me in that way. I have friends on YouTube, yes.
May
I
I
have,
interrupt for just a second?
yeah,
Can I ask the mods to drop Griffey's channel in chat several times? Let's get her some subscribers.
That Griffey is Stella's person. That's so sweet.
She is Stella's person.
Well, she's sitting here smiling at me.
Yeah, everybody sub to Griffey. Should we carry on with the screenshots here? You ready, Griffey?
Yeah, sure. Sorry for derailing you as long as I did.
Oh, no.
That's okay.
All right, here we have something that looks like a tie-dyed peace sign. Is that a backdrop, maybe? I have no idea what that is. But
Yeah, that looks like a wall hanging, like a flag that you can hang on the back of the wall.
All
Yes.
right. An Amazon wish list item. This, it's hard for me to see here. It looks like a screenshot of something that she's asking for. Or no, somebody, I ordered this from your list, and they sent a screenshot of the tie-dye thing.
The top one looks like a drone, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, it does. Okay.
That's the drone.
All right. Okay, another Facebook Messenger message. It starts, okay, that will be... I can send you the money to ship it. See, I can't see it because it's cut off. She says, Nita says, I should be able to send it postage due. Also, please let me know if I have to add the drone that you were wanting. No, wait, is that Nita with the peace sign here? Is that her speaking? Also, please let me know if I have to add the drone that you're wanting to buy to the... Okay, yeah. Okay, so somebody... This is Nita telling somebody this.
Yeah,
Let
see
me
at
know
the top, you can see her name with that symbol. So that's Nita in that symbol.
Yeah, I get this now. Please let me know if I have to add the drone that you're wanting to buy to the list, or if it's going to let you purchase it without adding it to the list. I don't know exactly.
Well, I think we lost Lolita for a second.
What you want to buy, and then if I try to send it back and get money back, the money comes back to your card. So what you want done with your money, you know, that's what's going to be done with it, and that's why I like the wish list. Okay, that was a mouthful of word salad. I will call you, no problem, explaining the truth. Okay, the other person says, okay, I'm not worried about it. Laugh my ass off. I just want you to know what's going on because it's bullshit. Who all have they sent emails to. What makes me mad is what you do has nothing to do with them. People are so stupid. Nita says, my kids' family and Facebook friends. I had the starter put on by Twister in Tennessee, so obviously the parts that were sent to me by Amazon wishlist word put on my car. I had 2 sets of starters at 2 starters. One didn't fit my car, and one I did. What? And when did? I was so in the one that didn't fit. Man, she types for shit. I was so in the one that didn't fit. I still have the old one and the new one, but I don't intend on the entertaining their bullshit. Okay, this is an email The bitch you support, laugh my fucking ass off. From Keys
This
Truth.
this was sent to one of these people that used to mod for her, and the one that was buying all of the stuff in these screenshots.
Okay, and I see here at the bottom, Nita, brand new, still in the package radiator, $100, compatible car and parts numbers listed in pictures. Please contact through Facebook Messenger for any questions. So she's reselling items people bought for her.
Right, with her sob stories.
Okay, so Keys
Car
Truth.
parts, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
she was asking for car parts to fix her car because her car wouldn't run, so she couldn't work. And if we could only get her, to get these car parts, she could then, go to work. But it never seems to happen that way. Like, she does this little part-time gig, I think, where she's like delivering groceries or food or something, and it's not. I mean, it's obviously not going to pay for her lifestyle.
Okay, so Keys Truth sent this to the buyer. This bitch is begging for money and parts for her car, and you support her. You are a joke. To quit sharing her videos, you stupid bitch. I used to like her, but she took money from me and my family in a time of need. Get a life, whore, and stop trying to get people to support her. Oh yeah, the parts she had said she needed for her car, she had them posted for sale on Facebook. And yes, you know me, but you no longer support my page. Okay. Anita, Facebook Messenger, no, not Messenger, Marketplace, or a post or something. Brand new, still in the packaging, radiator, $100, compatible car parts, and parts numbers listed in pictures. Please contact through Facebook Messenger for any questions. Yep, March 26th. Brand new in the box, starter, $60. Autos compatible are listed in the pictures. Please message me in Facebook Messenger if you're interested. More parts she's selling. Another Facebook Messenger. There was an audio call March 9th at 1:40 a.m. Redacted. I'm just now seeing this. I hope you and your family are doing okay. I've had a really rough day, not going into it because I'm not trying to have a pity party, just stressed. I hope you're all right. And just whatever you can send me a message and let me know what's going on, that you guys are in my prayers. This is Nita saying this to the buyer. The buyer responds, I'm doing okay, just sleepy from staying up. I'm sleepy from staying up. Sleep for thinking what ifs. This looks like is this Cash App or some kind of payment history? This person's history. Get you some cigarettes, $10. Payment $5. Payment $30. Payment $10. Payment $14. Payment $40. Redacted $5. And I believe that is the end. Oh no, it isn't. There's still one. Ashley 87. I left her channel a little bit after my dad passed because of the way she was doing me. I would try to talk to her, and if I wasn't giving her money, then she didn't want to talk to me. I guess I seen what was going on. I didn't want no part of it anymore. And that is the end.
Wow.
Well, let me just confirm. I am not Ashley 87.
Clearly not. And also in here, do you want to bring these up now? I guess while it's still fresh on the screen. Cindy had gotten a letter in the mail from Synchrony Bank. Synchrony Bank is who the Venmo credit card is through, and also who her TJ Maxx credit card is through. Oh, wait. I'm trying to drag it and it's not working here. Okay, Synchrony Bank. Hello, Cynthia Smith. We received an address change and updated your information to your TJX Rewards Platinum MasterCard account. No further action is required. If you didn't make this change, please contact us immediately. If you have any questions or need further assistance, our team is here to help. We appreciate your business and hope you continue to enjoy your TJX Rewards Platinum MasterCard account. Sincerely, Synchrony Customer Care. It is dated 12/27/22, so that was 2 days after Christmas.
Notice that Synchrony is the same bank that the Venmo card is with.
Mm-hmm. And right, what's this one here? This is a duplicate she requested, I believe, for the Venmo. Oh, a replacement statement for the Venmo card.
But Cindy didn't request that.
Well, Cindy also didn't request an address change either.
Correct.
Oh, no, wait, I just clicked it off my screen. This one has it still at 75 as the minimum.
Because that was that first payment, the December
the very first statement. Let me find the date on here.
It says
So
the due date is December 19th. Ziggy got the card in November, so the first statement would have been in December.
Mm-hmm.
And look
or the
at
first
this
payment due.
Math here at the bottom. Available credit $1. Cash limit. All right, so that was the first, and then it jumped to 225. Wait, where did I put that one?
And I can explain the reasoning for that. It's because when purchases are made and paid off within the first month, they don't charge interest. So that was just a 1% that she paid the first time. There was no interest.
I think
now it's been over 30 days.
She was under the naive misconception that that would be her payment all the time. Would be $75.
She should have knew better, but
right, 100%. She should have known better. She should have known much better than before she maxed out a card.
Well, that's true too.
That it was going to be expensive. There's a reason people don't just run up credit cards and, they don't live their lives that way. There's a reason for that. It's a bottomless pit.
Especially when you have like private cards and stuff, right? Like sometimes you can get lower interest through like your bank or,
right.
But when you have like a private or, a store card or those are always high interest.
Yeah, those are the ones that people take eventually when they've found themselves in over their heads and take all of those and consolidate them into a lower interest card and pay them off that way.
Right, that's what I do. I transfer the balance from the high interest to the ones with no interest or low interest, because I think the one that I got, there was no interest at all the first year.
That's what I say. Sometimes you can get an introductory offer on something like that, and that's what a lot of people will do is go ahead and do those balance transfers, because sometimes there's special deals in those, and that's where you work on them. Then you go over and pay over that minimum payment and knock that debt down.
And this is the second. Is it January? Wait, where's the due date? Okay, yeah, January 1/19 in 1 month. And you can see her
And
placemat right there in the background. She has the paper sitting on a placemat.
and can you show that? Can you go down to the bottom again? Let's look right there, right there, right there. An indication that Cindy put everything that Ziggy says that she sent was put on the bill, and yet the bill still says you have a payment due. Do you go up a little bit? I'm sorry. Where that
I'm trying to
Okay.
make it bigger on my screen, and it's there we go.
See, there it is right there. So it shows that it has had $485 applied to the account, yet it still says that
And how much of that was Cindy? Remember,
Cindy applied $385, which was the cash back. At this point, Ziggy had made $100 payment, I believe.
yes. Yeah. So the interest charges right there, just the interest alone for this statement is $152.49. Add $75 to that. You'll get your minimum payment.
And notice how it says as of 12/27. So this is the recent one with the 285, right? Or 225, right?
Yes.
yes.
So Ziggy wants to think because she had made two $200 payments since that those automatically applied to January, but that's not correct because that second payment she made, it was done on January or on December 20.
They were $100
22nd.
payments.
Yeah, so she made two $100 payments, but the second one in January, I think it was the 22nd or something like that. So she made one, like, I have it upstairs in my office, but I think it was like December 4th and December 22nd or something like that. So that reflected in the prior bill. I mean, it's not on the statement because the statement had probably already generated, but it was not applied to what is due for January.
Yes.
Okay.
Scott wants a link.
Yes, sir.
It's for Scott only, Colleen.
Yeah, Colleen. Don't try it. I'm not in the mood.
Oh, I heard Colleen was already on another panel today.
Me too.
Drinky drink, she was.
You guys, do you want to let Griffey go? I know it's late in South Africa.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you,
Yeah.
Griffey.
Thank you so much for coming up here, Griffey.
Well,
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me up, ladies. And I hope you've had all your questions answered. If not, shoot me an email or come visit me over on my channel. And yeah, I have no issues basically explaining as I do in my unique way, which takes 3 hours, everything that happened from my end.
Everybody,
I appreciate it.
please
Go ahead.
go subscribe to Griffey's channel. It's so fun over there. You will laugh. I promise you will laugh. I mean, if you were over there today, you would have heard Colleen drinky drink. And
Yep.
oh my God.
It was great.
It was great.
It
Well, I
definitely
think
was.
we were given permission to play that, so we can do that here in a little bit too, because Colleen Drinky Drink was especially excited today on channel.
Yeah, good. That's good. We can give them a little taste of Griffey's channel, and they can go over there and become subscribers.
Yes, lots of fun fuckery going on at Griffey's.
Most definitely. Once again, on your own panel, you have my permission to share anything that is on my channel, on your channel.
Thank you.
I appreciate that, Griffey. Good night.
Good night. Have a lovely evening.
Good night.
Love you, lady.
Good night. Night, Scott.
Good night, Griffey.
Welcome.
Hey, Scott.
I was just going to add something right quick. Y'all are doing a really great job in explaining this, but I believe it was Dietz that put out a video. Cindy agreed with me in the comments, so I think I'm right on the creator that put it out, explaining kind of the breakdown of the terms of the credit card.
Right.
And she went to a credit card calculator like you ladies have done. And I just wanted to add one thing to what Dietz did. And this is in no way saying that Dietz didn't do a fantastic job on that video, because Ziggy really needs to watch that daily, hourly to understand. On that credit card calculator, Dietz was trying to enter in the amount that Ziggy was claiming that she was going to pay in order to pay the card off, which was less than the minimum balance due. Based on the 1% that goes towards the principal, the other 24% that goes towards the interest. Those combined daily, as long as there's no other purchases added, your payment will go down over time. She showed the example that if you pay $225, it will take 20 years. If you pay $285, you could pay it off in 2 years. So Ziggy was trying to make that math work. It doesn't work that way, and that's what Dietz was explaining. Well, when she went to the credit card calculator on, through Google, she tried to enter the amount that Ziggy said she was going to pay, and the credit card calculator would not accept that amount. The reason for that is Ziggy, or anybody else that's in financial trouble with a credit card, the way that credit cards are set up with the amount applied towards the principal, the amount applied towards the interest with daily compounded interest, it is mathematically impossible to pay off a credit card if you pay less than the minimum payment, regardless if you like that or not.
Correct.
Absolutely. I mean, because my God, I just said absolutely like PG shit.
I think people choose to
You
say
didn't say it
That's
like
why they
her,
call it a minimum payment. They don't call it a minimum payment because they're being nice.
Right.
They're calling it a minimum payment because they're saying this is the absolute least that you can get by with monthly if you ever expect to pay us back the free money that we loaned you, with the expectation that you would pay it back in a timely fashion. That's how credit cards work.
Well, credit
That's how
cards
bank loans work.
Credit cards actually prefer that you just go ahead and just make that minimum payment.
Oh yeah,
that's how they make the money.
You're going to be paying them for the rest of your life, and then your kids are going to be paying them. The only way to win is to pay more than the minimum, and you can use that credit card calculator to figure out how you can get yourself out of that trouble. And it really isn't a whole lot more than the minimum payment to actually make a big difference. And I encourage everybody to go figure that out on their own debts and have a plan.
Absolutely.
I mean, everything above the minimum will be applied directly to the principal.
To the principal.
So if you're paying the minimum, you're paying 1% of that balance each month.
Correct.
And then you continue to pay the finance charges, the interest on it, which is why it takes so long and they make so much money. Everything above the minimum goes directly off the principal, which means less finance charges.
Yes.
That's how credit card companies and banks, any financial institution that loans money, the way that they are able to loan free money, imaginary money to people with the expectation that it's going to be paid back, is because they are loaning money that is based off of interest due from other customers. So they are loaning out money with the expectation that they're going to be receiving interest payments from other customers that they've loaned out money to. And like you said, exactly, as long as you pay the minimum interest, you are a constant revenue source for that credit card company to stay in business, because they can continue to loan more and more people more and more money.
Yes.
Because eventually they'll get to the point to where if they're not getting the money, and bless Cindy's heart, I don't know her legal situation. I'll know that if she ever wants to discuss it. I'm not going to pry into that, but eventually the credit card company is going to get to the point to where they're going to get their money. They're going to go after that money. So that's going to involve bill collectors and, all the ugly stuff. It's going to affect Cindy's credit, all kinds of mess. But
well, and that's why Cindy
credit card company will go after, Venmo will go after their money. They will go after their money.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not going to say, okay, we'll just, we'll just cut the losses here. Now they may do that depending on the legalities of what Cindy's doing. If they can determine that in some way that it was fraud or whatever, then they can get it turned over, and they'll come after the money from Ziggy, which is what they should do,
Right.
and not Cindy. But regardless, Venmo's coming after their money from somebody.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's why Cindy made the additional payment today, because she can't have that going on her credit. So she paid the other $125 that was due today. Because this is her credit. This is her, it affects her. And potentially the legal system can go after Ziggy at some point. But, I mean, she can't let it just go on her credit like that until that happens.
Yep. So,
when Cindy made this offer, it was never with the agreement that it would be for 20 years, or
right.
It was never. In Ziggy's own words, she said maybe a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of years. That will never happen with minimum payments.
From what I understand, again, I don't know, and it's none of my business to pry in. But from what I understand, I was just looking at it, going over things in my head for hopefully, it would benefit Cindy. My understanding was it was for 2 months rent and a down payment on a car.
That's what it was supposed to be for.
To kind of, hold Ziggy up for a little bit to where she could get her feet under her. So I don't know what Ziggy's rent is, and $
1,000. She said it.
Okay, I heard it was $1,000, and then it was $700 for the down payment, so that would be $2,700.
Right.
If Cindy could prove somehow that those were the terms that were set up, and then the remainder of that money was charged on, the DoorDashes and the Hawkins County Jail.
And the $5,000 cash advance to
the $5,000 cash advance to her business. If there was some way that Cindy could say, okay, listen, I'll bite the bullet on the $2,700 because I made a mistake or whatever, or I felt, I was trying to help, whatever. But the rest of this, I did not authorize. Now, they may, through a court proceeding, be able to free Cindy from that part of the card.
That's what she's currently in the process of.
And the rest of the card,
the $2,700,
it could actually go into like an identity theft sort of situation, possibly.
Because when you're changing addresses on cards and asking for a credit increase,
that
does step into the identity theft issues there.
As soon as I heard that call about the credit card increase, I was like, holy cow, she just stole Cindy's
That's
identity.
right. That's right.
She not only, first of all, we were under the understanding, okay, Cindy loaned her this card to help her out. Good move on Cindy.
No, it wasn't a good move on Cindy. It was Cindy's heart, but it was a bad choice.
It was a bad choice, but she has a big heart.
She has a huge heart.
It was intended to be good.
Yes,
even though it was a poor decision, it was intended to be good.
Right, absolutely.
The rest of it was, we know how that occurred. And I was like, that's a crappy thing to do, to max a card out in 14 days or whatever. And I was like, man. And then I get this revelation that she's called for a credit card increase. And I was like, ooh, that just went into criminal. That went in from being a shitty person by maxing out somebody else's credit card to being a shitty person that maxes out a credit card and then takes their identity to try to further
scam the person more.
The person for even more money. So, wow.
A credit increase. I agree. She can't even make the damn minimum payment this month. But she wanted a freaking credit increase and make it even more? Get the hell out of here.
Right.
No, and I have Ziggy saying
financially plan.
Yeah, I have Ziggy saying multiple lives, which I have them all clipped, that our agreement was for 2 months rent and a down payment on a car.
Yep.
So she has admitted that multiple times.
Perfect. Well, hopefully all that would take was to get a certified letterhead from the rental agency, or the property owner, if it's an individual that rents a property, some sort of legal documentation showing the amount of rent that's due, and then she would have to produce a receipt from a car dealership for a $700 down payment. If she can't do that, then she could very well be responsible for the whole lot.
Well, we have the receipt because it's on the Venmo card for the $700 down payment.
Well, that's right. That's right. Cindy's still getting the statement.
And
so,
the rent, that wouldn't be hard to get because it is an individual owner, but you could easily look up who owns the property.
And subpoena them if you have to.
Yeah. It sounds like Cindy would have an easy time getting that stuff if she so desired. It's I would not like to be Ziggy right now.
No, and I already looked it up. She has said couple years. This was a couple years, guys. Couple. Google the definition of couple. It is 2.
2.
It's not 20.
So if you take the balance that is currently due and you look at what you would have to do to pay that off in 2 years, it's $375 a month.
Yeah.
That should be her minimum.
In order to pay it off in 2 years, correct?
Right.
Yep. Yep.
And I know she wants this to go away, but as long as she owes Cindy money and she keeps fucking her over, no, it's not going anywhere.
Not going anywhere.
Well, that's good. Y'all, I know I've personally commended each of you, or tried to, for doing this, and everything that you all do is when it comes to this financial fuckery that goes on around here. I try to do the best, but like I said before, I'm not involved in every group of people that are doing this stuff, but I'm 100% behind you all for calling it out and trying to enlighten people and let them know, because I try my best to do the very same thing. It's just it's disgusting, and I can't think of much of it until you get into like physical criminal harm there's nothing worse than financial crimes.
Right.
I think
in my personal opinion, what Ziggy needs to do, and we all know based on her having a judgment right now, a current judgment on her record, she's not going to get a loan.
Multiple judgments.
Well, you have
She
to have a
needs to
job
go
to
to
get a
her
loan.
parents. She needs to go to her parents. She needs to see about getting a loan or having them co-sign and making her payments through whatever institution she gets a loan at and paying this card off.
Yep.
Why do you think she didn't do that in the first place?
Because her parents wouldn't do it. That would be my guess.
That's my guess too. That she's probably fucked them over already one too many times.
Yeah.
There's a reason she didn't go ask them.
Well, I mean, do you think Cindy would loan her another credit card? No. You get screwed over and you don't make the same decisions, and I imagine it's the same for them.
That's right.
I mean, it would have been the same when she was looking to move out from a DV situation, as we all heard about, and what I don't know, domestic violence, but maybe not that, but emotional abuse or whatever she claimed it to be. I mean, if it was my daughter and my daughter was in that situation, I would have helped her get out, right? So if that was all true, why wouldn't her parents have helped her? There's a reason behind that.
They knew it was bullshit.
They did.
Wow. So, I don't know all of those ins and outs like
that was last December.
Some things, when you're not directly involved in groups, you get like surface level stuff. You never get,
right.
All the intricacies and stuff. But, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Her whole existence on here was a lie. She came on here last, October? November already. She's asking subscribers for money because she needs to move out. Because he's controlling, he's emotionally abusive. You know why? Because she had just gotten her daughter back that summer and he was on her to be responsible. Like, you need to get the fuck up in the morning and get this child to school. You need to feed this child. Knock your shit off. Why are you disappearing 2-3 o'clock in the morning with your child? Where are you going? He thought she was going to meet the dope man. And he was just the bullshit. He wanted her to be a responsible adult. So she twisted that into, he's emotionally abusive. He's controlling. I need to get out. And we freaking bought it hook, line, and sinker.
I mean, honestly, we just seen what Ziggy did in 14 days with the credit card. She needs some control. She needs somebody to control her because obviously she doesn't have it in her own self,
Right.
Where's all this money going? It's not going for bills because we now know Jim was paying her bills the entire time. His family found the receipts.
Yeah, but her channel started dying about February of last year. It went back up when she went to Tennessee in June, and then it died back out again because it's just been drama and bullshit since.
Yeah.
So she's not making that much. Show. And even now, and I mean, if you want to watch her, watch her. If she has something on Summer that's not her words, that's somebody I'll watch it because I followed this case. But I don't super chat. I don't care about my half-a-cent view, right? You're not going to make your money on your half-a-cent view. And if you looked in the last one, I think I saw 2 members.
Oh, in the chat?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So she's not, I mean, okay, you're looking right here. 10 of us just canceled our membership plus many, many more.
Right.
Yeah. YouTube is a hobby.
Right.
It should be her hobby, not her job.
Right. Yeah.
Well, and
I wouldn't necessarily be against somebody using YouTube as their job. I never would ever say that because it just, we'll throw out the word that everybody loves to use as a negative word for me, a capitalist, Hey, this is America, the money is there, success is there. You just have to go for it and grab it by the horns. If those horns aren't working for you, let go and grab some other horns. But having said all that, believing that everybody in America has the right and the same opportunity to work hard, get educated, grab hold of the opportunities that are presented to you to make money, but do it in a moral and ethical way where it doesn't harm other people. So if you wanted to do YouTube as a job, there's tons of people that do YouTube as a job.
Absolutely.
And
But they put so much time.
livings, but they're doing it legally, morally, and ethically. And if you can do that and make money and make a living, perfect. Perfect. But
ironically, I was listening to an old Ziggy live where she went after Nita's World, her channel.
I remember
I guess
that.
they had some beef, and she's on there telling Nita how she's not going to be able to make a living on YouTube, and how she should have a job, and all of the things that she is telling Nita in that video. Ziggy has no, I guess she doesn't have a mirror, because she was like, she's guilty of all those things that she was telling Nita that she shouldn't be doing: crying, using sob stories, asking subscribers for money. I mean, that live she did to call Nita out, she could have just gave herself the same lecture. It would have probably done
But
a lot
I
more
honestly
good.
don't think she thinks she did anything wrong.
She does not seem to think that she's done anything wrong. Everybody that is upset about what she did is the people that are wrong. Us jerks for calling it out. We're the ones that are in the wrong. We're the ones that are horrible people, because why can't we just let her take Cindy's money and mind her own business?
And the conspiracy theories now too. Oh, we've been plotting this since April. Don't you know? In Discord, I guess we had some secret back channel.
Can you imagine? How would we plan that one?
And we had
Cindy, if we're like, okay, Cindy, you're going to give her a credit card, and you're going to, blah, blah, blah. And she's not going to. Cindy would have told us to go to hell. Come on.
My last money.
She loves us, but.
Oh, yeah. Not that much. My last money sent to Ziggy was in November, early November. Actually, no, that wasn't money. I sent a gift card to her daughter. The last Cash App was in October. So, I mean, why am I going to continue to send money to you if I'm conspiring to take you down?
Right.
No.
Hey, listen, I've super chatted Ziggy before. I've seen her. I remember. I don't think it was. I can't remember when her birthday was, but I sent her a $25 Starbucks card. I try to do that if I find out people's birthdays. I don't do it all the time. I don't. I'm not on the internet all the time, so I don't always know when people's birthdays are. And,
no, I got one too, and I don't even remember telling you my birthday.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, sometimes I'll do things like that for creators, and I believe in supporting creators, and becoming members, and, super chats and super stickers, if they're putting out something that, that's entertaining to me or informing me or, whatever.
And I don't think any of us are trying to say don't do that. What we are saying is be careful. Be careful about why you're sending the money. What's the sob story? If you're sending it to tip them, to say, hey, thanks for the content, great job, all of that, there's nothing wrong with that. But just be careful, beware, Don't ever hand over anybody on YouTube or otherwise your credit card.
Right. Well, that goes into, part of what my, live stream was yesterday, and I'm not here, to pump that, but there's lines between your internet life and then real life. And when you start crossing those lines, like credit cards over to people on the internet that you don't really know.
Right.
anything, or giving addresses to people who you don't know, or personal phone numbers, and things
Happy
like that.
birthday, Wee Frosty.
Oh, is it Wee Frosty's birthday?
On the 21st of Janvember.
Janvember. Okay, I got you, Wee Frosty. I got you. As soon as Janvember rolls around, I get lucky. One of my favorite subscribers has got their birthdays on leap year, so I'm good. Every fourth year. But
I got married on a leap year, so my husband only has to remember every 4 years.
oh wow,
Yeah.
God, that gives him a long time to forget and get in trouble.
That's what I was just thinking.
No, we
We'd be
just
like,
do
damn,
something
is it a
good
late
every
year
4 years.
already?
Yeah.
and I'm not against anybody or any person that has given Ziggy any money or super chats, or I would never hold that against anybody. If you've ever, given super chats or super stickers or memberships or support for her channel.
But a lot of it was
up to this point, and for me personally, I can't
we
do
gave
that
her money,
anymore.
Scott, because we thought she was a struggling single mother whose business was failing because of people on the internet.
Wow.
We had no idea that this entire time she never had a legitimate business to begin with. She has a registered LLC, but she does not have.
Hold on a second. Bobby is my birthday twin. Not the same year. There's many years difference, but that's
Oh,
all.
January
her birthday's
27th?
coming up. Oh my God, we have to have a birthday party for Eliza.
Yeah, in a week.
Yay!
Yes, but back to what I was saying, we were bamboozled from day one. Okay, I sent her, I think it was around $700 the entire year, which I stopped in the spring because she was just ridiculous. The rest of the money that I sent was for sales. I bought a coat and a bunch of other random crap. But had anybody known the truth this entire time, that she had someone living with her paying 100% of her bills, her rent, her gas, her electric, her car insurance, her phones, we never would have sent as much money as we did, because it certainly wasn't for the content, because the content was even all bunk. It was
Since
all
February, the content was.
she came in with a
Yes.
fake CPS report, which she admitted came from some rando on Facebook who could have made the whole thing up. And then she had, the people who knew the Wells boys in foster care contact her to straighten things out. Like, look, no, it is not that. It is this. And then she spun that into something that it wasn't. So this entire time, it was 99.9% bullshit. Fred Hill is bullshit. Anybody believing a word that man says needs their head checked.
Yeah.
But I do still like to hear what he says, because he's still on there, whether it be truthful or not. It's good to put the pieces together,
I mean,
right? And hear from him. So I did enjoy that content.
You
Right.
can't really put stock in anything any of them are saying.
You can't.
Like
But-
the title we were going to talk about tonight, Summer is lost in her own case. It's all bullshit. Dawn is a liar. Candace is a liar. Jody
Yep.
Sue Brown is a liar. Andy Bernard is a liar. Fred Hill is a liar. They are all freaking liars. They're all strung out on God knows what,
Yep.
imagining shit, making up scenarios. We can't
But
credit.
here's
any
the real problem. Everybody got so busy talking about all the BS around all the circus performers, and they forgot about a little girl who's still missing. We still don't know where she is. We are no closer today than we were a year and a half ago on knowing what happened to Summer. Where is Summer? Where is Summer Wells?
And that is so sad. It's
Extremely.
It's really, really sad.
No, and as far as we know, all of this information could have put us even farther away from finding Summer.
Well, because everybody's reporting everything from YouTube to TBI. I mean, they're having to sift through bullshit. Sift through bullshit, not shift.
1,500 bogus tips in the first month of her disappearance.
Right. And we've still got people on that we watch regularly, or at least, see clip channels of people still calling, one of them that sits in a camper and the other one that sits in a garage. And there was 3 other ones that I know of that were sitting in their homes. You've heard me mention those on my live streams that were, again, crossing the boundaries of internet life into real life, actually becoming involved with the people and making phone calls on them to, Child Protective Services and law enforcement, Hawkins County, Sullivan County, TBI, so on and so forth. And you can tell, when the officers or whatever answer, that they're aggravated because they know that people are just doing it to be, no offense, but jerks.
Malicious. Yeah, they're just malicious.
Yeah. And it's like, gosh, I mean, you can tell they're just freaking fed up with it. Oh gosh, XX Country says, I just saw a call made on Dawn. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, JLR posted it. So now he's reporting everything to CPS. I mean, fucking, it's not our business. This is YouTube. Talk about the case, get her name out there, talk about whatever. But why are people becoming so involved in these cases? I don't get it.
Because
we have to stop inserting ourselves.
Well, here's the thing. Everybody feels their own way about what they think happened to Summer. Some have decided that Dawn and Candace absolutely have done this, even though law enforcement has not found enough to come to that conclusion. So they feel entitled to make them lose their jobs, to report them for this, that, and the other. That's what I mean about the circus and the sideshows.
Yep. I don't think that there's a thing wrong with us sitting up here and going over and looking at the people involved and all the weirdness and talking about it until the cows come home. As long as we sit here and we talk about it.
Right. You don't go real life like that.
We don't go right. Yeah.
Well, and here's my opinion on people calling CPS, because I just seen a whole shit show today on a different channel against a different channel. I'm sorry, but unless you have physically witnessed anything, don't call CPS.
That's it.
Yeah.
And I had that exact same conversation with some of the creators that I've called out on my live stream about that very thing.
If you don't like the creator,
they made the calls, and I was like, listen, you all made the calls. You got law enforcement involved. You got Child Protective Services involved. It's their deal. It ain't your kid. It ain't never been your kid. If this other parent wants something to do with their child, it's their responsibility to do it. It's not your responsibility to prod him to do this just so you can piss off the other person.
That's my whole thing, is these people that are doing this, the creators and whatnot, that say, oh, I'm here for kids and protect the kids and Summer Wells and all of that, are forgetting one thing. When they get in their little pissing matches with the other creators and they want to call CPS, there are innocent children involved that are being affected by this, traumatized by this. If you don't know that there is a situation, you don't know that for a fact, knock it off. kids are being affected, and it's not right.
Right.
I agree. And foster care and taking those kids out of their environment based on bullshit is not better for those kids. A lot of times it's not. A lot of times, I mean, we've seen this with the West kids, you know, in California. Some people just do it because they're getting money.
Right. Yeah.
And so, you know, and
That's true.
I think it was, oh gosh, who did I watch today? And I'm just going to call it out. I want to say it was Hills on the Air, or here's going to be my choices: Hills on the Air, Deets on the Street, or Lippy. I don't know, one of them, probably not Lippy, put out a video essentially of, remember back when the whole Cam and Allie were there with the same time that the Hills on the Ground were there?
Yeah.
And Molly's pissed at him. And she's like, I'm calling CPS. Get me their information. I'm calling CPS. For what? They didn't have their kids with them. You
They
didn't
never
witness
have
anything.
taken their kids there.
Right.
Yeah.
And but yet he has had CPS called on him multiple times. Not one time have I ever seen their kids on panel. Not one time have I ever witnessed anything through their lives that would tell me that they're neglecting their children. What are people doing?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it, but it was a great clip because it went through all the times of her saying, and Molly didn't just say it about Cam and Allie. There were multiple people.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I can assure you, if my child wasn't already, you know, grown and moved out on his own, you know, if he was, a child,
They would have called on you too.
Oh, I would. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah.
But it's bullshit because nobody has witnessed anything. We didn't witness anything from the Wells, right?
Correct.
No.
So why would we call CPS? Because we don't know. If the parents were suspected, they would be the persons of interest. But no, everybody is. I mean, we can look at photos, we can make judgments, but we don't know. And it's also, I think it's hard to, you know, a lot of people pick apart them just because of the way they lived, because we don't live that way. But we don't know what it's like in that area. To me, it seems like it's a pretty normal thing where they were from.
Well, even if you want to, you know, sit on the internet and pick them apart, you can do that because it's not directly causing them any harm. Listen, I'm here to tell you, Don and Candace Wells and Jose and Dudley Ajon and you know, who else, all the other players in the game, they have absolutely no idea who I am. They don't watch me on YouTube. They don't watch Circle Jerks on YouTube. People in the true crime community on YouTube watch us. You know, these other people, well, I mean, Don might know just because, you know, he's been around, you know, on other creators' channels and whatnot. Probably heard of me or whatever.
Oh, but for some reason, he's watching everything right now.
Right.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, shit, he was in our chat. Who the hell are we? We weren't around when he was, you know, talking before.
We weren't even a channel before he went to jail.
But he pops up in our chat.
But I mean, even if we want to sit here and pick somebody apart, that's not doing actually. They can always turn the channel. They don't have to listen to us, you know. That's where I don't understand the disconnect in people and the internet is, you know, listen, my nanny ma, when I was growing up, she used to love to watch her stories, Days of Her Lives and Guiding Light and all that business and stuff. I hated it when I was up there and it was raining because I couldn't get the heck away from listening to them stories that she watched every afternoon. You know, but when I grew up, I can assure you, I never ever watched the stories again because I don't like them. It doesn't interest me. That they're no positive value to me whatsoever. You know, so I don't watch them. Why can't people make that same?
Because they have to pick apart the creators
with the internet. You know, if it's like. I mean, it's like I'm trying to think of well, and I'm not calling any people out because I don't know these people because I don't watch that particular part, but I've heard of them because a lot of the viewers that view true crime view them. And
Yep.
I don't know if they would actually be true crime like Ernie and Jimbo and The Stand and Kemper and
Right?
Beanie was in on that too. But that's a whole different thing than the true crime thing. So I knew who Benny Keys was, but
Well,
I don't know
Ernie
what all's going
inserted him.
on Ernie's channel and Jimbo's channel and all them because I don't pay attention to them.
Well, Ernie Shell inserted himself into the Summer Wells
He
case,
did.
and so that's how he kind of
I feel like a lot of
came
people
around, and then
inserted
there was
themselves,
right
But
and it was for
there's
money.
other people like
for money. Period. The end. That's
I
why
saw this
a
this
bunch of
other.
people did.
There were creators that I'd never even heard of until like the Kylie Rodney case. Like there's a young lady, I think she does a pretty good job. I heard she got in trouble or something the other day. 10 to Life.
Oh, I like 10 to Life.
Yeah,
I
she's
like
got a great
that.
channel.
She's got
What
like
happened?
500,000 subscribers. Listen, I'd never even heard of that lady in my whole entire life. Icked Mail, I remember hearing about him a long, long time ago. And then when Kylie Rodney, he did a lot of the coverage on that, he popped back up. And I was like, oh, yeah, Icked Mail. I'd even forgot about Zav Girl.
You
I
can't
do like
forget
Zav
about
Girl.
Zav Girl.
And
I like
it's
Zav Girl.
nothing. Well,
I do
listen,
too.
it's nothing about the people themselves. It's just, I'm not that connected to the internet to where I know all these people. And it's like, holy cow, how did I miss these people? These people have got huge channels. And then there's other people that have way, way smaller channels that I do pay attention to that I guarantee, other people. I've got a small channel. There's tons of people that have no idea who Scott H is. I guarantee you 10 to Life and Ickamel have no idea. Now, Zap Girl does because Zap Girl did have me on her panel one time, which was pretty cool. But do you get what I'm saying?
No, I understand exactly.
I
remember in
can't
Kylie's case, all
understand
these
why
people came out of the woodwork.
subjecting themselves to creators or subscribers or channels or cases that get them to a point to where they want to start calling child protective services on their enemies' kids or call the police on them and file reports on them and just do all kinds of frivolous things. Now JLR, he's like the king of doing frivolous things. I just don't get it. I never will.
I won't either.
That's why I like y'all so much, because y'all see things a lot like what I do, and it's just like, these fucking people are crazy as hell. Let's call them out and talk shit about it,
I mean, people want to know why the jerks don't cam up. That is the reason why. I have nothing to hide in my personal life, but I have so much to protect.
I cammed up, but do you see how laggy it makes the stream when I turn my camera on? Can you imagine 9 people doing that?
Yeah, I know. But it's still, it's the same for me. Like when YouTube starts affecting my real life, I'm gone. I'm done. It's not worth it. It's not worth my kids, my husband, my job, everything. It's not worth it.
I've seen what I consider to be 2 very, very kind, intelligent, compassionate ladies delete their channels within the past couple of months because of this stuff. And they didn't let it get to the point, because they're smart ladies. They're very intelligent ladies. They just got to the point they were like, fuck this. These damn people are crazier than hell. I ain't got
That's-
time for this.
Yeah, and that's sad because the good ones are leaving while the trash is still here.
Right.
The trash always sticks around. It's like stuck to all the walls and everything. It's stink.
It's
I
the
mean,
dumpster dripping.
these would be this one of the subscribers. I mean, she's local here. I love her to death. She's the sweetest woman you could ever meet in your life. But some of her live streams would only have like 25 people in them. But they were fantastic. You know what I mean? You could interact and talk about silly stuff and poke and have fun and whatever, and talk about a little true crime here and talk a little bit of YouTube streets drama there, and then maybe talk about going to a flea market or selling something on eBay, or
Right.
cleaning your house, or she used to do a lot of she was big into minimization, clearing out clutter out of your home and stuff like that. Your home, your wardrobe, every part of your life, whatever.
Right.
Just really, really fun channels. But you see these people go because of crap, because people want to go real life on you and start affecting.
Scott, we get criticized if we talk about the weather, or we talk about cookies, or we talk about cleaning, or things like that some other creators seem to think that they get to decide what our content is.
Right.
Cooking cookies.
It's unbelievable. Yeah.
I mean, we just come on here and talk about whatever we want.
That's what we've always been, is we're just gonna chit chat about what it's basically like what we would do in our Discord group phone calls and group chats, and we decided to just put it on a panel and see if anybody else wanted to talk about what we talk about.
Weather report. Look at all that rain. Get some umbrellas for your dumpsters, y'all.
Yeah.
I love this.
That is fabulous.
I love it because I've never seen you all like, it's not your all's real life. You can tell that. It's not your all's real life, because you never fire up. I never wake up in the middle of the night or wake up the next morning or whatever and check my YouTube notifications and see that the Circle Jerks went live at 3:12 a.m. to have a scream rage on somebody because they left a comment under one of their videos. I've never seen any of you all do that.
I can't even imagine how that conversation goes when I call up the other ladies. By the time that I call them up and talk about how we're going to fire up this middle of the night live, we're just going to be laughing about it, and Soup is going to send my ass to bed.
Well, and that's the thing, because most of us have jobs, right? So we have to be up in the morning. So 3 a.m. live is not a thing we can do. And even that, there are sometimes, do we get pissed at shit that are said? Mostly in regards to Cindy. Yeah, we do. But you know what we do? We go into a voice chat and we talk about it. And by the end of it, we've talked it out.
Yeah, we've been.
Right.
We don't expect that everybody else should have to listen to us rant and rave just because we're mad. We want it to make sense. And we also want to have a little fun while we make it make sense.
I started here it was a while back when you were going over it was right when the Cindy Ziggy thing was breaking out and the phone calls were coming out, those damning phone calls that were supposed to frame or show that Lady CG was involved, and that Cindy had said, here's all my private information, go blow it all.
What those phone calls really were intended to do, some of them that were put out maliciously, they were different calls put together instead of no context of what Ziggy said. What that was intended to do was to try to drive a wedge between
Circle jerks.
the different circle jerk panel members, and
Right.
Yeah.
that's just our friendship's not like that.
But I
You know?
never saw any of you all fire up because some of y'all have your own individual channels. I know Pearl has her own individual channel. Eliza has hers. Of course, you know, Lolita has this one. You all probably have access to this one.
Yep.
Yeah,
If
I
you,
do.
if you wanted to, but
I've
I
been
never
given permission to go
saw
live whenever I want on this channel.
yeah.
I
me
never
too.
saw
See me do it.
once any of
Yeah.
y'all
To everything.
call
just want a
CPS
channel.
on Ziggy's kids.
This is
Hell
me
no.
right here.
Oh, never.
I never
never.
would because I've never witnessed anything with my own eyes.
Right.
I've never.
I mean,
I've
if
never.
she fired up a live and was beating on her kid live and I witnessed it, I probably would.
Well,
Sure.
I would
But
call
you've never
911. I
seen.
probably wouldn't call CPS. I'd
You're
call
right.
911 to go
911.
rescue the kid.
But you weren't making, I've never seen any of y'all make a vengeful call against her, even though you all believe that she did some really crappy stuff to a really good friend of yours. Y'all have never went real life. You see what I mean?
We don't go real life on anybody. And
Right.
honestly, we don't try to talk about stuff that is not already on YouTube.
Right.
So if it's on YouTube, then we'll talk about it. If it's not, we don't.
Right.
There's a lot of stuff that we know that has gone on behind scenes and personal things that people have emailed us about other people. We're not talking about that. It's not going on YouTube. It's why bring that out? And we're not out to go ruin people because we found out that in 1987 they ran a red light and they had a joint in their car, you know.
Right.
Yeah, it's just not who we are. I mean, a lot of people do email stuff, but we're not an exposed channel. We're not exposing people's shit. No, go do that on your own channel. If we find it interesting, we might talk about it.
Right.
And I don't want people losing jobs or losing their kids because of her stupid YouTube. Don't do that.
Now, one thing I would like to say, and I know that you all would support this, and then I'm going to hop down and let y'all continue on your show. I just wanted to come up and say about the mathematically impossible to pay off a credit card if you make less than your minimum payment. But I really enjoy talking to you ladies, but
no, it's been a good chat. I like it.
Yeah,
because this was part, I mean, you know, ultimately just the fuckery and people forgetting summer was part of our discussion. It was our main after last night. It's just, it's insane to me.
Well, it was cool that you all had Griffey up. I think that was really cool. Griffey and Stella and I, in the very beginning of Summer's case, we were really good friends. Lord, we used to joke around like crazy because, you know, Griffey and Stella are wives, you know, and I would always aggravate them because in Discord, I would tag Griffey and then I would write me and then I would tag Stella. Like I was in between the two of the, you know, like I was the little sandwich between the two girls, you know. I had a girl on each side. And we used to laugh about that so much, but we would talk about other things too, like, but that was kind of our greeting, you know, whenever we would come into the bigger Discords, like AB's had a big Discord back then, and the interview room, you know, way back in the very beginning. And I would see Griffey or Stella in there or whatever. So I would that would be my greeting to them, is I would be like Griffey, me, Stella, you know, and then, you know, she would, you know, respond or whatever. And, you know, it was funny. And there was a lot of laughs had for a really long period of time. And that
Griffey and Stella are they're just like sunshine. They're so much fun.
Right.
I enjoy their channel.
I do too.
I think there was BS is saying she thinks that's where she met them too. And And Morris is saying those were the days. Yes, exactly, Morris. Exactly. And it was just, but somewhere along the line, there was some kind of fuckery that came in there. And I appreciate Griffey answering the way that she answered, because she did answer. She gave an answer. She didn't just, bullshit around. She actually gave an answer to a question that I asked, because I was like, that was a good quote unquote internet friendship that got screwed up because of fuckery. And it's and then you find out about all the other stuff.
Didn't Nita incorrectly dox you at one point, like she did to TM?
Do what now?
Didn't Nita incorrectly dox you at one point, just like she incorrectly doxed TM?
It's possible. I can't really remember because I haven't. Yeah, I need to get with Wee Frosty, because there was stuff screwed up there too, and I never got the gist of what was going on. Because Wee Frosty is really cool too.
Yeah.
She says she got kicked out of TM's on purpose because I stuck up for Scott. Still haven't been paid, by the way. See, I don't even know what that whole deal is even about. I just know that for some reason there was,
means you owe her a check.
Something going on. Yeah, I mean,
just send her some roses. Just send her flowers, and it'll all be good.
She's getting on the Scott Age payroll. Apparently,
all she has to do is just speak, and I'm like, I'll melt. That accent that she's got.
Yeah,
she'll speak for you, Scott, for just a mere small price of $17.
Right.
Should I think I seen her comment? She'll send you daily nuds for $17.
She will do a lot of different things for $17.
There's another one that I saw that just snuck in here. Lean on Me.
I love her.
That's a fantastic channel to go to.
I was watching her live. I was watching her live the other night, and she said she was 50. I was floored. That girl is gorgeous.
She is
absolutely
50
freaking
can
gorgeous.
be gorgeous, guys. 50 can be gorgeous. Why do people always act like somehow when you hit your 50s that you turn into some sort of troll? It doesn't happen like that,
not what I was
guys.
implying. I'm just saying she is absolutely beautiful. She looks so much younger than 50.
That's fine. I just wanted to establish that. I've got a birthday coming up. I don't want people thinking that somehow when you're in your 50s, you just become this wrinkled up prune-like troll.
Oh no, honey, I smell 50. I can smell it coming. It's coming.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared. It'll be okay.
I think I'll be all right.
Great. 60s
Lean on Me is a channel that from the very beginning, the very first time I ever met or watched Lean on Me before I quote unquote met her, I've never physically met her. She is the same exact person now as she was then. That girl has not changed in her morals, her values, her outlooks. She's just an unbelievable person. If you're not hanging around and a member to Lean on Me, you need to be one. If you want somebody that's real salt of the earth kind of person.
Yes.
Well, even last night, I watched Cam, I watched you, and then I went back and watched her, and it was refreshing.
Yep.
It was refreshing, and she just kind of took all of it, all the bullshit away, right?
Yep. And every live stream that I've ever been on, which I go to every one that I can catch, every one is it the exact same way, because she is real. You know what you're getting when you go over there. You know what you're getting.
Oh no, Colleen's drink is in trap. Watch out, everybody, and nobody.
We've got to show. We've got to show Colleen's interview.
Yeah, I did see Lenny said before we go, we have to play Colleen from today, which we will.
Oh, for sure.
That was so funny.
Well, I
Yes.
will jump down now, ladies, and let you all continue. Thank you again for having me up.
Thank you,
again
Scott.
for your all's
Thank you, Scott.
content and your shows.
For
We
coming.
always enjoy having our hubby come and visit us.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're always welcome.
We adore
Y'all
you.
are
Family
outing
meeting.
me way too much, though.
You're out yourself.
Yeah, I learned today early before the show started that we've had this little thing with Angel. Y'all saw? I know the leader saw it. Angel's video that she put out.
Yeah.
I know. I was going to say we should play that.
I got the hots for Lolita, and then Angel admitted she got mad at me because she found out that Lolita was an internet wife. Well, then she found out that Lita's so hot that she can't blame me that she probably would have went after Lolita as well too. So she informs me before the show here that Lolita is hers, and I'm just out of the picture completely. I was the estranged internet boyfriend, and now I'm just gone because she's
Wait,
full on Lolita.
wait. Hold up.
Yeah.
Lolita's my bitch.
Uh-oh, Angel.
They're
Angel,
gonna
you
protest
hear
barefoot or something.
There's plenty of Lolita to go around.
Oh my gosh.
See, that's what I was thinking, Lolita. There's plenty of me to go around. You girls, you don't have to fight. You don't have to fight.
No, there's plenty of
We
room
don't
for
fight.
Angel and lean on me.
So I can put the Jello pool away.
Yeah, we can use another redhead, and she's funny.
Right.
Yeah, Cindy, please tell Scott I'm a jerk. Cindy is a jerk. She has actually been.
Oh yeah, she was
from
trying to
day
tell
one.
you.
Yeah,
She was trying to tell you in chat last night so many times, and you kept missing it. But yeah, Cindy's a jerk. She's
I
one of
see.
our behind-the-scene jerks
He kept missing
with
me
a secret
too.
identity.
TJ's a jerk too.
Yes, TJ,
And
OG
TJ.
Buttercup. I just missed KB right there. KB was giving me thanks right there. Yeah, I knew, and I even said in my live last night that I'm gonna miss a bunch of people, and I know I've missed a bunch of people, but
Well, you're up to date now.
Well, some of them are just behind the scenes, so
Yeah, you just need to know who all you're married to. Come on now.
right.
there's
That
actually a
is-
lot of us.
That
Yeah,
is very
Cindy
true.
came on our very first because in the beginning it was so hard to get everybody together. We were recording them and then releasing them as a premiere. And Cindy coming on, she didn't know how to. Like a lot of people have never done this before, so they don't know how to work StreamYard. So she's like having full conversations with her husband as we're trying to record a panel. That was funny.
Well, remember last night, or was it? I think it was last night or the night before. I don't remember. It was
Oh,
saying
last
runs
night
together.
when we were in a private one.
And then she's like, "Oh, that's back chat. I had no idea that was back chat."
No, Scott's just a hoe. He's a male hoe.
Did
And
you
we
see
love him to pieces.
Carol's comment? She's just calling you all hoes. She says, Scott H., you can have your fun with these hoes, but when it's time for Mexico, it's adios, putas.
Call me a puta.
There, Cindy changed her name. Cindy Jerk. There you go.
There we go.
There you go, Cindy Jerk.
All right. Gotcha, Cindy Jerk.
I
love
adore
it.
her.
Oh, you ladies are great. I love y'all
Thank you, Scott.
equally.
Appreciate that.
Equally,
Equally.
listen to that.
So we all get a wet bar?
Put that in.
So we all get a wet bar.
Oh, I clicked on that link that Lolita put out of her wet bar. She put it out in chat. That is absolutely beautiful. Of course, we know our Lolita. She has magnificent taste in her. All the way down to her luxurious wash powders.
Yes, Tyler's luxurious
Hey.
something or another.
Those wash powders are amazing.
She's
You need to
no
get you
joke,
some,
man.
Scott.
Scott,
She's
how do
a-
you feel about a raccoon house?
The raccoon house.
There's a YouTube channel already.
Oh, the YouTube channel, the Raccoon Saloon.
Raccoon.
You know about it? Oh my God, I stumbled on that last night and I was like, I find the weirdest channels, but I was just like fascinated watching raccoons go down slides and
That is
I
funny. I gotta find
thought
that.
about 2 nights ago, and I clicked on it, but they weren't doing anything. The little guy.
They're being boring.
Yeah, they were just kind of, chilling out there. I used to watch one. It was a squirrel, and the
I love
squirrel,
squirrels.
she was pregnant, and they had cameras looking in her nest box, and it showed her giving birth to the
Aw.
babies, and then raising them and feeding them and all kinds of stuff. It was cool.
I love
Aw.
raccoons, little trash pandas. They're so freaking cute. They
Yeah,
get
I
me
was
all the time.
telling Lolita, I just know you'd have one of these if you didn't think your hubby would find out. And she's like, yeah.
I have an old shed that I
Sure.
fully plan on converting into a raccoon saloon.
And then I told her, like, you definitely need to put a live stream camera in there because that channel has
You could
like
have a cat
8,000
saloon.
8,000
I
subscribers.
tried to make a hummingbird channel, but I need some kind of Wi-Fi mesh kit to get Wi-Fi out in the back of my house because, like, I'm kind of in the woods a little bit, and I can't even pick up the like the hotspot, so I have to kind of tweak it a little bit, or just
I'd
get
love to watch
new
that.
The hummingbird.
No, but when April the giraffe.
Oh, I watched that.
Oh my God, I tuned in so much that time.
I did too.
She took forever to have that calf. And
She
we were
did.
all
the
waiting
poor
and
thing.
waiting for that calf to be born.
Days,
I was
weeks.
like constantly checking in, and I'd go do something and I'd check in because I was just so sure she was going to have it and I was going to miss it. But I did actually get to catch it.
My
Yeah,
longest
I did too.
labor was like 4 or 5 hours, and that was agony. I could not imagine being in labor for days and days and days and days.
No.
I watched that one too. So Buttercup, see, I'm not so weird. I had Buttercup checking out that deer channel where they go to the feeders and stuff, and
Pollyanna,
possums.
never.
Lean on me has
I
possum.
can't sell Dirty Steve. He's my favorite.
Oh, I
Can I
love
ask
Dirty
Scott a
Steve.
question?
He's an internet sensation.
Ask Scott. I don't know.
Scott, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did
Who's
you
asking?
watch Tits?
Okay,
Did you watch Don Wells on Cow Lady's channel?
Yes, I saw that this morning. It might have been actually, you just highlighted a story. I can't remember if it was story, somebody posted it. And yes, I did watch that.
What was
I
your
saw
thoughts?
last night when I was getting ready to go to bed that he had showed up there, but people were saying that he had that farm lady had privated the video. And I woke up this morning and
She ain't gonna private that.
it was
No, she
back
did.
up, so
You can tell there was no live chat. So she did something. She edited something somewhere.
Then I think it was Parody Patty that saw that he was driving and she had screenshotted the interstate road signs.
I saw that on his Facebook.
Yep. Okay, yeah, on his Facebook. Okay.
And that was yesterday. And then he was in a hotel last night when he was talking to her. But I was just curious what your thoughts were on that.
Same old Don Wells.
That's my thoughts.
Yeah.
Same old Don Wells.
Oh, there's Dirty Steve.
Isn't he so glorious?
No, that was my opinion of it as well. But I also think that as channel holders,
you're freaking our chat out, right?
Oh, I love him.
there's some responsibility on what you put out.
Dirty
creators.
Steve, the curly hair tarantula. Wow.
She had talked at one point about giving them voices and making a channel.
More people are hospitalized every year for dog bites, more so than tarantula bites.
That's because we don't own tarantulas.
Right?
Oh, lots
I'm
of
just
people
saying.
own tarantulas.
Way more people own dogs than own tarantulas.
So Tits, can you repeat your question? I'm sorry for interrupting with dirty.
No, it's okay. I actually got a call too, which kicks me out for a second. What was I saying? Hold on, let me think. Oh, I was saying that I think as creators, there is some responsibility about the questions you ask. And I think it has been well known that there is a gag order on the boy's case. But yet those questions were being asked. And yes, he's answering, but it's not for YouTube. It's not for YouTube. And honestly, those questions shouldn't have been asked because don't tell me she didn't know there wasn't a gag order, but she also got giddy as fuck when he was coming up.
Yeah, it was highly irresponsible.
And she booted somebody down that came up.
Prayer Garden. The other person who tried to say, don't say anything.
Don't
she did.
about the kids, and then she kicked them off panel.
Right.
So, I mean, I just thought, do we just have no morals at all anymore? I mean, I heard some creators say they don't think morals are a big deal, but come on.
I agree, but we've all known there's a gag order. Yeah.
And those poor kids. Someday they're going to grow up and find all the YouTube fuckery that was about. And come on.
I agree.
If you can't control yourself because you get so giddy about Don Wells being on your channel, on your panel or whatever, think about the kids. Do you not? Please.
Well, and here's the thing with Don Wells. We have learned nothing. He has said nothing over the last 19 months or whatever.
Right.
Yep.
There is nothing that he says that leads us closer to summer. Why have him on your channel if not for clicks and views?
That's all it's about. And that's
and
why
you could tell she was happy as shit because she got the first on-panel interview with him.
Who did?
That's why.
Oh, yeah.
The cow lady.
Right, yeah.
But that's why I said she won't private it. I noticed that she changed the name on the title of that live to include Don Wells on panel. That was not her original title, obviously, because Don coming up was a surprise. So why put that in your title? She's not going to private. She wants every click on that video. And that's the sole reason that she wanted him up there.
Now, watch this. This is, I saw KB was saying that I called it last night in my live, that BK had already swapped over. So apparently that crew is, they were sucking up and loving Don a couple of days ago. And now apparently they hate him now because Don told Benny to stay the fuck away, that he didn't want him up there, that he wasn't welcome. Pretty much that he didn't want none of them up there. That none of them was welcome, but Don. Now, I understand, or I think. Let me not be so arrogant as to portray myself as a father that has had his daughter go missing and his 3 boys taken away. Because that would be extremely arrogant for me to say that I know how that feels. I don't. I can tell that from the beginning of Don's social media introduction, his YouTube one, because I don't have Facebook, so I didn't get to see a lot of that. But once he came to YouTube, I can see his frustration. And when he was saying last night in that hotel parking lot that he came to YouTube because social media is a powerful place. He's right.
It is.
It is.
And you can do a lot of good things with social media, and he's right.
But we've seen a lot of other families come.
He wanted to
YouTube.
keep his name out there, and he felt like that would be the right way to do it, and he's right.
He is right.
The problem that Don faced and still faces, if he's not careful, and bless his heart, he's never careful. He makes poor decisions. He got messed up, in my opinion, with the wrong bunch of YouTubers when he came to YouTube.
Yep.
Take that however you want it.
They're exploiting him.
And exploiting him. And he realized that, and he's frustrated with that. And I can understand, because I don't think that he's had any sort of positive people or therapy or help to guide him through these struggles.
Right.
Because he felt like he could get through it on his own. So he's back on YouTube now to express his new frustration. He has new frustrations over his old frustrations.
Right.
And I from last night being in the hotel parking lot, I feel like he is trying to somehow feel like that he can fix how he got fucked over the last round.
Right.
With
He
the
thinks-
same people that fucked him over the last
Right.
round.
Right.
And I think it's going to go really, really ugly. Now knowing Don, last night he told everybody to fuck off.
Right.
And now all the creators, apparently, I haven't watched on YouTube, but I'm seeing that, I guess Benny and Tiffany's turned on him now, which means all Benny and Penny's simps, the gang crew is all turned on him.
Right.
Now, somehow they're going to figure out a way, because they have to for content, because like I said in my live stream last night, Benny will go to whichever way suits his best interest. So he's going to, not him specifically, but him specifically in the group of the YouTube exploiters out there, are going to try to find a way to weasel back in, because they're not going to be happy with Daisy having, access, quote unquote, access to Dawn.
Yeah.
I agree.
So, because Daisy is all changed now, she was all friendly and the lovely host and all that, to try to keep Dawn on there for every minute that she could get out of it,
Right.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
So the other ones are going to be trying to figure out, well, how can we get him away from her, and we can have our minutes of airtime with him.
Yep.
And
I agree.
Right now, Dawn's told them all to fuck off. Now, in less than a week, he's going to be in with one of them.
I agree.
I don't know who it's going to be. None of us know who it's going to be. Is he going to be back in with Cam and Allie, because he was talking to Cam and Allie, or is he going to get back with? Is Benny going to be able to sweet talk and connive his way back in, or is he going to get back in with Ernie, or is he going to go with? Is Tiffany Marie going to try to weasel in some way?
Dolly.
Or Cher.
Or Dolly. Dolly went down there and visited. Yeah.
Yeah, that was most of Benny's last live, was bitching about Dolly and a lot of ridiculous stuff too. Dolly did not assault anyone. He's not responsible for his brother's indiscretions. That was just,
I mean, you can question a lot of things, but there are some things that are just not on him.
yeah.
Honestly, here's my opinion of Dolly.
Supposedly, too, did he not invite Bullhorn Betty and Molly?
No, he went on his own. And Bullhorn Betty and
No.
Molly
I mean, I know Dolly went on his own.
Oh.
But hadn't Don previously invited Bullhorn and Molly?
According to Don
not
last
previously.
night, he said nobody was welcome on the hill.
Yeah,
Right.
but Don, after Bullhorn Betty came up on Cracking Case's panel and made an ass of herself, Don called them, Bullhorn, after the live and invited them up.
Okay.
So that was after Dolly was there. And honestly, Dolly didn't even go there to meet with them. He got a call while he was there, and Don wanted to meet with him.
Right. Okay. I knew there
But
was
here's the thing with Dolly. Say what you want. have we seen video of everything? No.
Right.
Did he go up there and record everything to come back to YouTube to make content to exploit the fuck out of them? Not yet. I don't know.
No.
We'll see what happens, but not yet.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Tiz. Not yet. So we always got to remember that, you know, in the environment that we live in.
I agree. But so far, we haven't saw that. So I'm going to say that right now. He met.
So I agree with the so what
Down
he
under
met
crime talks nailed it right there. That's perfect. A chess game of manipulation. Man.
But
it's a powerful little suggestion there, isn't it?
What I will say about Dolly going and meeting when the opportunity came up because he was there and whatever, however that transpired, that's Dolly going and meeting and deciding for himself instead of taking this person's word for it and that person's word for it. He met with them himself, and he can use that along with all of the other things that he actually was able to eyewitness of Dawn and Candace's behavior while they were live on YouTube. And he can use that and make his own judgment, whatever that judgment's going to be. I don't know what Dolly's had to say about it.
Well, Dolly has said that his head and his heart are, you know, kind of differing with each other because after meeting Don Wells, he feels he's genuine. But we've also heard this from so many creators.
Yes,
I've heard he's charismatic and that he's all these things, and they almost feel bad for him. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know who had anything to do. None of us do. But, you know, I think at least he went about it the right way. And he just gave his feelings about what he experienced and what his thoughts were. And he got bashed by MGL and Bullhorn Betty because they're just so fucking sure the parents are responsible. And maybe they are, but we don't know.
Again, I'm going to point out, remember how many were so sure that Brandy knew and her Tyler had something to do with Michael, and it has come out that that is absolutely not the case.
I was
so
never.
Be careful.
I will say
I'm
I
not
was
saying
never
everybody.
on.
I'm saying a lot of people did, though.
Right.
They jumped on that. Not everybody did. By all means, there was a lot of people that are like, "What? Where are you getting that from?"
Certainly.
Can I answer Vet Girl real quick too? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, and I'll answer.
That's
after.
all. I was just going to finish my thought. Is that you know, so many were so sure, and that has come out that that's not the case. But that doesn't take away what these people put Brandy and Tyler and their loved ones through during that time.
Right. Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead and answer.
Okay, so that girl says documentary in the works. Doesn't consent have to be given for minors' property? I don't know about that, but this is what I heard Dolly say. It's not a specific documentary on Summer Wells. It is a documentary on how he got into true crime, which is why he went out there to film part of where he had been, these types of things. So it's more so a documentary on him and how he came into true crime, because he came into it through the Summer Wells case, and then kind of what he's been doing is my understanding. Now, when it gets released, I guess we'll see.
Well, see, that's another thing. The documentary craze. I heard now, like that was a good explanation there, Eliza, of what Dolly's documentary is allegedly supposed to be about. Okay, Agatha Misty saying, I think the documentary is about Dolly. Okay. See, I'm glad to hear that it's more about how he entered into this genre of true crime. But we've got him, and see, I didn't know this, that allegedly Nita was supposed to be making 2 documentaries back in the day.
Yeah,
so
allegedly.
Nita was making
I think there are
documentaries.
others that brought their content down for a documentary, but that's just my feelings.
Yep.
I guess Tim Mullen was supposed to be making a documentary. Dolly's going to be making a documentary. I heard somebody else the other day was going to write a book.
Oh, dear God.
I can't remember who that was. I'll have to find it. It was a little clip channel, I believe, had it.
Who let it get out that my grandson was writing a joke book?
Huh?
I did not.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Just joking around.
Oh, okay.
Well, you scared me.
No, I'm like, what?
But yeah, there's a. Oh, I agree with Karma is a bitch. Hi, I'm Karma. Dolly will play this out to get what he needs. Oh, there's absolutely no question about that in my mind. And okay, We Frosty says share in the book TV rights. Okay, I knew there was one out there. So we've got documentaries, we've got books, we've got TV rights, and then who really all knows what Tim Mullen has got in store. I'm sure there's some stuff that he's got going on that we've never even heard of, and there's probably people out there that we've never even. I know of another person. They have a YouTube channel. I won't mention their name on here. That is involved with a media company that was supposed to come and do a documentary. I do know that because they wanted to interview me.
I'm just going to say something about Tim Mullins and him making a documentary. Has anybody ever watched any of his videos that he's done? Yes. I cannot imagine that man having a successful documentary. I'm sorry. Snooze fest. Confusing. Snooze fest.
Time.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Why are we making documentaries when we don't even know what the fuck happened?
Thank you. Right. That's what everybody's worried about, is like what their end game is. The end game was supposed to be a little girl comes home. That we have an answer about where is Summer Wells.
Right. I mean, do you think there's not a reason Netflix or somebody hasn't grabbed hold of this? Because we don't have an ending. We don't know how this plays out.
Right.
We don't know who did it. We don't know anything.
All we know
all we have is a really big middle full of a bunch of kooky, crazy ass players. Because there's no beginning. Because from the beginning, we've got Leslie Earhart saying this case is outside of the norm, and Sheriff Lawson saying that everybody is a suspect and a person of interest. And that's really about all the facts that we've got.
Right.
We've got a little thing about a red truck that may have been there on the 14th or the 15th. We've got an approximate time of the siblings saw Summer Wells walking away from the home in the early hours of June 15th. We've got that.
Right.
We've got no phone records. Well, they've got all this stuff allegedly, but nothing as far as any evidence that would help towards Summer case, in any phone records, data, video cams that we know of, witness statements that we know of, eyewitnesses that we know of. We've got Detective Pruitt on there saying that they've been through reams and reams of data. We've had the TBI involved, the FBI involved, the CAR team involved, multiple search agencies involved from all several surrounding counties. Some were denied. So that was the beginning. That was the first 14 days. And then we have a search that was in November.
Right.
And that's all we've got.
Absolutely.
So we've got a beginning. We have a middle full of drama of crazy characters. And then, like you all said, we have absolutely zero ending.
Right. And how do you come out and say, oh, the neighbor has said this, and you don't know. And until you know who did it, you're setting yourself up for a lawsuit. Yeah. Because if it comes out that she had nothing to do, then you can only report what has been reported that she has said. You can't make suspicion go to one person who has not even been identified. as the person who did it.
Right. Right. I mean,
It's crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. And, like I said on my live stream last night, and I'm not going to say I'm just as guilty as everyone else, because I don't consider having a YouTube discussion, a YouTube channel where you do an overview of a case and then a discussion and you give your opinion on it, and then you interact with your subscribers that are also interested in it. I don't see any guilt in that. I just see that as an activity that you perform, for enjoyment.
As long as your conversations don't encourage people to go call CPS, to go do stupid shit, to go report tips they see on Facebook and heard on YouTube that had nothing to do with the price of tea in China, then it's a different thing altogether than going out and, I don't know, having people related to the case on panel, turning it into a sideshow and distracting from the actual victim in the case.
Right. I agree.
I mean,
and there's been so many sideshows in this case. This case is like nothing I've ever witnessed.
I mean,
and I followed true crime a long time.
Why do I need to know so much about Andrew Hiltz?
Right.
God, I don't. I just don't. I don't need to know about that.
He wasn't even in the same state. He had only been there like once.
Right. So once
he
that
only
was
met
established,
the Welch once.
Why? But then all of a sudden he had a channel. I mean, this is the kind of BS I'm talking about.
Right. Right.
I actually like the discussions, and that's kind of the direction we want to take our true crime channel, is just having these discussions. And not we're not getting involved. We're not getting involved with suspects. We're not going real life. We'll talk about whatever's on YouTube, but we're not going to take our channel that direction because it's not right.
We'll put up pictures on our channel of people that are missing and whatnot, and we'll discuss their case, but you won't see us having people up there, and you won't see us thinking that we're going to solve the case. We just want to talk about the circumstances around it.
Right. And I hope that, for your all's sake or anybody else's that has ever viewed my channel, I hope that I've never came across as someone that is thinking that they're going to solve the case.
Never.
No, you've never. Nope.
That's why I'm sub to you.
I've never done that, but I do enjoy discussing it with people. And I'll tell you right now, I honestly wish, now not drama. Of course, I'll probably, when I get in my little moods, I'll definitely,
I love your rants. I'm not going to lie.
I love a good Scott rant.
But I wish that we had enough information to where I could come on YouTube on a live stream every day and talk about the new things, the new evidence that they had in the Summer Wells case, and do that with people that wanted to learn and discuss that.
Right.
The way that it was, back in the very beginning, when we were learning, all about the EquiSearch searches and what Hawkins County Sheriff's Office is doing in TBI. Y'all know, y'all were there.
Right.
Right.
Yep.
I wish we had enough information coming out about Summer and the investigation to where we could do that. Because I can assure you, I'd be doing it.
Right.
But
and that's part of why
I haven't been doing as many lives, and because I just can't talk about the same thing over and over and over, hour upon hour upon hour, saying the same thing 50 different ways.
I agree with that 100%.
To amuse myself.
I do too.
I just can't.
To just continue to make money
it doesn't
Summer-
amuse me, you know, it doesn't amuse me to do that, you know.
Right. These
And-
missing kids are not entertainment.
Right.
You know,
But-
if we can't have a discussion that's new and different and, you know, not harmful, then it's probably time to go ahead and look at another case and see what you can discuss and what awareness you can bring to that.
Well, and
But,
that's
I
why
mean,
I think
it's important to keep Summer's name out there. We don't want Hawkins County to ever, just like we're never going to let Ziggy off the hook until she pays Cindy,
Right.
we're never letting Hawkins County off the hook until they find out where is Summer Wells.
Oh, Robin
Right.
wants to
And-
know, what do you think about neighbor Don Sheffield?
I think it's Sherfy, huh?
Don Sherfy. Okay, Don Sherfy, he and I went to high school together. For just a refresher here for people that don't know, he was the person when Molly and JLR, Heels on the Ground, we'll just say, you know, the whole group, when they went down there, I think it was in January, last January, he's the guy that pulled up and got out of the car and they, you know, did a short
I remember that.
interview, an interaction with him. It wasn't really an interview, but he came out and talked to him. Now, his girlfriend's mother, Mary, lived at the end of Simpson Road, which, if you go up Ben Hill Road and pass Don and Candace's driveway, the next right, the only right, the only turn that you can make off of Ben Hill Road is onto Simpson Road. His girlfriend's mother lived at the end of that road. I went to high school with Don Sherfy. So when Heels on the Ground was down there, this man comes out. Now, I haven't seen Don Sherfy since 1988 when we graduated. I see this man come out, and I think it was Jonathan that asked him what his name was. It was Jonathan Lee Rich asked him what his name was. And he said his name was Don Sherfy. So immediately I Google in Don Sherfy because I was going to see what Don Sherfy had been up to. I graduated with him. First thing that pops up is Donald Sherfy Jr., which is now, at that time he wasn't, but he's had his court date since. He's a registered sex offender. Guilty of, now he is in jail. He got, his sentence was far less. They played it down, of course. But he was using social media platforms like Instagram and Snapchat to solicit underage females to send
Inappropriate
things to him, which he would then download and then re-upload so that other P-files
I didn't even say it. We're not monetized.
could use it. Oh, okay. So he goes to jail for that. Now, I make a community post because it was hard to hear when Don Sherfy, depending on whose recording you listen to, whether it was Chronicles of Olivia, Bullhorn Betty's, Jonathan Lee Rich's, or Molly's. But I heard it, that it was Don Sherfy. I knew it was him. So I made a community post acting like I couldn't understand who he said he was, because I knew that people that subscribe to my channel that would get, a notification on my community post would go digging in. And I said something like, I couldn't understand his name. What was it? So a lot of people, they couldn't understand his name. But I think it was like the fourth person that commented, it was like, whoa, have you seen what his son was into? Because that's exactly what I wanted people to see. Why did I want people to see that? Because I'm not saying Don Sherfy did anything, but his son sure has a proclivity to have child porn, as well as people that Jody Sue Brown knows and is associated with. A couple of them, that Randy Haas guy, her tattoo artist guy. We've got Frank Light that was down there that got busted with child pornography. And here's the thing. People that like child pornography, it's not like, well, unfortunately, let me back that up. It's much larger of a problem than what I ever realized it was. But those people tend to stick together because they're not highly regarded in society as outstanding individual if you're viewing or downloading or uploading.
Yeah, that's not a socially acceptable hobby.
So those kind of people kind of stick together. So my thoughts on Donald Sherfy Jr. is, well, it wouldn't surprise me if all them fuckers that Jody Sue Brown knows and that Frank Light knows, if they all hadn't traded damn pictures together, because they all know or have associations of people in that same damn area. And I wouldn't doubt it if all the rest of them that are down there, and I'll throw Don's name out there, and I'll throw Andy's name out there, and I'll throw Fred Hill's name out there, and I'll throw Brandon, the guy that was walking through the woods with Jonathan Lee Riches down there, and I'll throw every one of them other fuckers that are down there. I wouldn't doubt if they ain't sexual offenders too, they just ain't been caught yet.
Right.
Because it's all been questionable.
In your opinion, right?
In my opinion, yeah.
Okay.
If you listen to what Don's record is, apparently him and his stepson, well, his stepson definitely, because his son has been to prison for it. Don supposedly had some creepy activities. If you listen to Jody Sue Brown, Andy's had some creepy activities. If you listen to Andy, some things that I don't think has ever been on air, I might have discussed it one time, but rumor has it that Fred Hill was a creeper in the woods down there, because at the time when Andy Bernard's grandma was alive and Andy Bernard was over there, Andy Bernard's grandma would see a cigarette light up in the darkness out in the woods, and come to find out it would be Fred Hill peeking in, poking around there. So Andy makes allegations that Fred's a creeper. Jody Sue Brown makes allegations that Andy's looks at child porn and that Don Wells is a creeper. Don Wells has a history of doing some weird stuff. Donald Sherfy Jr. has some history of doing some weird stuff. Frank Hill has a history of doing some weird stuff. Randy Haas has some history of doing some weird stuff. Her tattoo artist has history of doing some weird stuff.
Jody Sue Brown's son has a history of creeping through woods.
Jody Sue Brown's son has history of creeping through the woods. Certainly does. So pretty much every damn body down there that was around Summer Wells. You see where I'm going?
Yep.
So that's what I think about Donald Sherfy Jr. It would not surprise me one damn bit. Not that he's directly involved with Summer, but he's involved somehow, or has been at one time, with all them other weird fuckers that are down there. Because like I said, that's not normal in society. So you tend to go to places to where people find that to be or don't find that to be a problem if you're into that kind of thing.
Well, and the law isn't harsh
And then
on
you
us either,
listen to
right?
Jose. You listen to Jose, and it doesn't seem like it's too far off base for Candace and Allie to have some kind of weird behaviors, you know, when you go into that realm as well. And then if you listen to the things that are in Allie's household that went on at Leslie Hill's house, you remember Leslie, Allie's friend,
Mm-hmm.
that goes on at the house that True and Hunter were staying at when they got in all that trouble after Hunter got out of juvie or wherever he was at. And allegedly, True was running around up there, and they was like 30-year-old black men smacking her on the ass, flirting with her, getting all
30-year-old men. We don't care what color they wear.
right. But for if people want to go looking up, seeing who these creepos are that are messing around with underage girls, you can't take your eyes off nobody. Then to find out that Leslie Hill has a registered sex offender that used her address, and I believe it was as a contact point when he registered as an SO, who happens to also have an association or some sort of link with Roy Kronk, who was involved.
That's right.
Yeah. Google it. Roy Kronk from Kingsport, Tennessee. It's all there.
That is a weird, odd connection there.
And then you've got whatever that weird connection that was going on. I can't remember. It might have been Benny Keys that figured this out. That motorcycle club that was supposed to get Hunter.
Uh-huh.
What was that guy's name? Josh Duggan or something like that?
I don't even remember.
That was so long ago, I don't even remember. But I do remember that biker club, Bikers for Kids or something. What?
And then you got just recently, what's that crap that I heard the other day that apparently, I can't even remember where I heard it from now, Lord of mercy. That supposedly Ernie Shell's ex-girlfriend, somebody was interviewing her and what his involvement was. He's got some shady past when it comes to the human race in general, I think.
Yeah, he has got a lot of shady around him.
So there's, everybody that's involved in 423 Chase has got some grimy stuff going on. Hell, Benny himself has got some grimy stuff going on. Jody Sue's got grimy stuff going on.
Yep.
Every person that's ever went down there or got involved with them has got grimy stuff going on.
Yeah, think about that. It is true. Every single person that has been down there.
Cher's got some grimy stuff going on. Cher's dad's got some grimy stuff going on. Jenna allegedly's got grimy stuff going on.
The nuttiest stuff.
That Dale Terry woman allegedly got grimy stuff going on. Marlena Crawford got grimy stuff going on. Every one of them as far back to the very beginning. And still yet with all those, heck, I just saw there. Yeah, thank you. Let me scroll. I wasn't even paying attention to the chat. Rhiannon, Grandis's family. Can't forget about Grandis, isn't it? Allegedly, you can't have any contact with her grandchildren up in Wisconsin, and then you've got her brother that's an RSO.
Whole
For
family.
And let's not forget that her daughter went missing.
Her daughter went missing. Dawn and Candace don't have custody of any of the children that they've ever created together. You've got Candace's uncle, Grandis's brother, who's in a home, and I heard they might have let him out or something, I don't know, but he was charged for 8 counts of violent incestual rape. I mean, we're talking about people that aren't good folks. Oh yeah, car 22956. Thank you. Her nephew, Chris Marcos. And then Gary Marcos. You can't forget about him. And I'm still forgetting people. None of those people, they're all sexual deviants, drunks, drug addicts, thieves, liars, cons, manipulators.
The worst of the worst, literally.
And listen, attack me. Go ahead. Attack me because I'm saying all this stuff. All I can say is I'm just telling you what's proven to be fact. Public record on most of it. Look it up. Do your research. Look at all their criminal records, or better yet, just go back and watch the Summer Wells case unfold itself on YouTube, and you can witness daily their past behavior, their present behavior at that time, and now we're at a point where if we were back then when it was their present behavior, now we see that it's continued to be their future behavior. So for a long time, those people have been the way that they've been, they've acted the way that they've acted, and they're still acting that way today. We haven't seen any change or improvement in any of them.
None. It seems like they're getting worse.
Well, that's what I was going to say. If anything, we've seen the behaviors get worse, and some of them have caught a few more charges and went to jail. So, I mean, when you look at that and you look at it logically, you know, it's not like if we're shooting fish in a barrel, which one do you shoot?
I agree.
You know?
There's so much to this case.
So much. Lean on Me says Jeremy. Okay, Jeremy Duggan. I knew it was something like that. Thank you, Lean on Me. And like I said, I haven't been looking at the chat. Y'all know me. If you've been over on my channel, I can't pay attention to the chat and carry on a damn solid thought, or I'll lose my track.
So Robin's asking Scott H.
Yeah, there you go, Jack of all trades, a bunch of nasty bastards. There you go. Fucking, you can tell them I said that. I've said it before. They are. Hell, look at them. But yes, Gymnastics 101, perfect. They hang together and normalize the antisocial, disgusting behaviors. Absolutely.
They do.
Oh, here's another one we can throw in there. Lips. She's grimy as fuck.
She is. And now that she's back in with Candace, Candace not learn.
Yep.
Candace we have
learn
up on Lips.
Do what?
We have a live coming up dedicated just to Lips and all of her fuckery.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That will be a fantastic evening.
I'm sorry, but her video the other day on cam pissed me off because she knew the circumstances. She put it out as something else and then pretended to care. No, you didn't care, bitch. You didn't care, because if you cared, you would have reached out privately, not done what you did. But now she's back in with Candace, and for some fucking reason, she wants to be in the know-all, right? She wants to hoard this info, keep it to herself. I'm the only person who knows anything. I can solve this case, but I'm not going to tell anybody. Bullshit.
Yeah,
Oh,
what the fuck's that all about? Yeah.
Yeah, I have that clipped from
Yeah.
last night. Two people, I think it was, one was like American Law something or American Crime something, and then another clip channel had clipped Nicolina going over the hearing. And yeah, she sat there and told a judge that she has this piece of information, only she has it, that she's holding back. And these were her words: I'm holding back.
That she can solve this case. Why haven't you done it? Again, this is about a missing child, but nobody fucking cares because everybody cares about clicks, views, and content.
Yep. Where is it?
I agree 100% with you. You know, this is about a missing child, but you know, when you look at all the, well, going back to Daisy, look at that shit she pulled on. How many times has she pulled grimy, gross shit?
Who?
The farm lady.
Oh, yeah. Daisy. I thought you said Dazed, and I was like, no.
No, not Dazed. Daisy.
I love Dazed.
Yeah, oh yeah. Her, for everybody that doesn't know too, Dazed has moved over to Twitch. If you go over to my community post, her Twitch link is there. I'm sure it's other places too. But I know she's got some issues with her channel, so I don't know how long that'll be available. But you can go over to my channel and it's there to grab.
Yeah, JSB took her channel down.
But if you look at all these people, and I'm talking about the true crime community, creators and suspects alike, and parents and relatives and neighbors and the friends and neighbors of the parents and neighbors of Summer Wells. I mean, geez, oh Pete.
I get it.
Everybody is so putrid.
Yeah, that's a good word to describe them.
Right. Which has all just jumbled this case into a giant mess. I mean, starting with JSB, the neighbor, who I personally don't believe knows a lick of shit in this case, has come out and asked for money and done this and that, and then started her own channel to get financial gain off of Summer. And then you've got, the parents who came out, get drunk, go on a live. We haven't learned a damn thing from them. We're not going to learn anything from them, in my personal opinion.
That's a good question, Bugsy. Who and what are the uppers?
The only thing that I could ever make heads or tails of, and I don't even know if this is correct. I don't know, because it's coming from Candace, and Candace was drunk that night and not being mean, but she doesn't have a very good vocabulary.
Right.
I don't think that uppers was probably not the best word for what she was trying to convey, but it was the only word that she could think to use. I don't know. The only ones that I could think of that would make sense to me would be maybe Tim Mullen and the private investigators.
That's my thoughts.
Because, you know, from my understanding, those are the people that are closest to the family.
It didn't appear to be law enforcement or TBI. It appeared to be somebody outside of that, which, yes, I would have the same conclusion then.
Yep. So.
But by her saying uppers, she didn't come up with that, which makes me wonder who told her to say that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that.
Well, no, that's my opinion.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
I was going to say, I kind of felt like when I saw it that she made it up on the spot.
You did? Because I didn't. Yeah. I just don't feel her saying the uppers said to say blah, blah, blah. I had more of an opinion like she was directed to say that.
We'd have to, or I would have to go back and watch that video, because I'm kind of like you know, what was just said, that she just kind of came up with that, you know, as the conversation was going.
Right.
Is the way that I took it, at least at that time. Now, you know, rewatching it, I may see it a little bit differently now. Yes, Jersey Cat. When did she have a stroke? Dawn was talking about last night that the foster parents said that Candace was drinking again, and Dawn said that Candace had had a stroke and she doesn't talk right. Okay, let's stop right there.
Because we heard she had a stroke previously.
Earlier on, a long time ago, that was said, that Candace had had a stroke and it messed her speech up. It seemed like when Dawn was saying it last night that there was a new instance of that. Like she had had another one here recently. But the thing about that is Cam and Allie never said or alluded to anything like that, you know, when they were talking just a few days ago to Dawn, that anything had happened to Candace. I definitely hope not. I hope she hasn't had another stroke.
No, in my professional medical opinion, Candace's speech and I don't want to say face drooping, but what you see is nerve damage from abscessed teeth.
Or could it be like a little bit of Bell palsy?
It could be, yeah. But
I've heard that before.
We haven't seen her recently, though.
It would be more pronounced.
It's hard to say recently, but prior.
Bell's palsy, but what I see is damage, nerve damage from having lifelong bad teeth and infected teeth in there for so long, and then having them all pulled. And I'm sure there was still some level of infection when she had them out. Dr. Phil's cosmetic dentist slapped bonding over infected teeth,
which is insane.
It's insane. Yeah. I don't know
just to prep her for the show.
Yeah.
Just to get her to, I think that was a part of getting her to agree to go on the show. Is
highly unethical.
Yeah.
And then I think she must have been under the assumption that those were permanent. And then I think, wasn't it when she came home, they started coming off? Because didn't she start having teeth issues again when she got home?
I think she knew all along that was a temporary thing.
I don't think she knew that, though. My impression was not that she knew that. She thought they were giving her new teeth. The problem is, and I think maybe I'm not speaking right, and Lolita will correct me, is that if you've got massive infections, even if you get like implants and stuff, you can still get infected, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Certainly can.
Implants, your immune system is always fighting against a foreign object in the body, too.
I'm kind of up on the oral stuff because, well, as many of you know, I don't know if all of you know, but I'm going through the process of getting full extractions right now and getting dentures myself. So
Oh,
Right.
good for you.
I'm kind of up on gums healing and bad teeth and dentures and infections. And thank God I didn't have any infection or dry socket. I took very good care of my.
I hear you, Scott. I
But
went through the same thing.
oh, did you?
Yep. The only part is the top ones are great. The bottom ones are a pain in the butt. Because they,
Well, the only one I started with my lower ones. If I had
Yeah.
it to do over again, I would have got them both done at the same time.
oh, I did mine separately too.
But I did my bottom ones first because they were giving me the most
Mm-hmm.
issue, you know. So of course, you know, I wanted to go ahead and get those out.
I had a partial on the bottom, but then the other teeth were, my teeth were just falling apart. And somebody could tell you it's probably because I drink Pepsi. Well, yes,
Or
but
you
I
could
still
have
think,
had soft.
It could have been
I think
so
it-
much. Sometimes it's just genetics.
I
That's
think it
what I
was
was gonna say.
genetics. I
A
have
lot of
lots in
times
my
it's
family
genetic.
that lost teeth very early, but I
Roll
didn't
of the
lose mine
dice.
early.
2 of my kids at age 24 and 13 have never had a cavity. My
That
26
sucks, but I'm
my
glad they are
20
like
my
that.
26-year-old and my 16-year-old, they need a filling every time they go. They
Oh.
go twice a year.
Yeah.
So
And they get
Yeah.
scrubbed
really,
probably
just-
all the time.
yeah, and the one has braces too. So when she
Mhm.
pops a bracket, it pulls a
Ugh.
part of her tooth off.
Oh,
My
ooh.
problem was staying drunk for 30 years and
And it,
not brushing my teeth every morning
Right.
because I would vomit if I stuck a toothbrush in my mouth. So
And
that-
alcohol dries your mouth out.
Yeah.
And when you have a dry mouth, yep,
yeah, it
does it.
causes more issues.
It's not the drugs, it's the drugs and substances
Right.
causing dry mouth.
Mm-hmm.
oh, come on now, Rhiannon, don't make that crude now. She said, oh, Scott's up on oral.
Really?
That's awesome.
That's why we married them.
Good to know.
So Scott, you just
We'll leave
you
that
got
for a
your
different
bottom
show,
done.
Rhiannon. How about that? That doesn't
Yeah.
fit well. That doesn't fit well with this title. So
No,
That's
No.
funny though. It is funny.
some kids. I've got grandkids that will not drink soda. I'm so proud of them for that. And then, but yet they'll want candy. Like I have to hide the candy.
I
So
think it's just a kid thing. My
yeah,
kids,
it is.
I have one kid who hated chocolate. I have another kid who loves candy. You know, you have to give it to her in spurts, but it is what it is. Some of it I think is genetics and stuff. I'm
Yeah.
going through
I
stuff with
believe you.
mine. Like I have to have my jaw broken here soon. It's not going to be fun. Like
Oh, my
Whoa.
dad had that done, but
Yeah.
not on purpose. He had
Oh,
to
no,
have
I
wisdom
have
teeth
to.
out, and they broke his jaw. So then they had to wire it closed.
that's yeah.
Oh,
I go back in next week and we're going to start the second part of the surgery because
bless
I have
your
to have like bone grafting, all this stuff. And then
Yeah.
I go into braces, which is stupid at 44. And they've been telling me this since I was 20 because I have a class 3 mandible,
Can you get the
which
clear
is,
ones?
I don't know yet,
Hmm.
which is like hereditary, right? It runs in my dad's side. And they've been
Yeah.
telling me since I was in my 20s, I have to have surgery. And I just put it off. And now it's to the point where, okay, if you don't put it off, you know, if you continue, you're going to lose teeth. So, yeah. So
Yeah,
when
you don't
Tits McGee goes blank for a bit, it's because Tits McGee has got a wired jaw.
Just don't
Well, that-
drink when you're got that wired jaw because you'll get.
No, not at all.
My dad did that though. He wanted a beer so bad, he had to sip it out of a straw, and I was like, oh my! I was young at the time, but I still remember.
Yeah, no.
Oh my gosh!
Well, part of my issue, well, I know what my entire issue was, but I got sober 7.5 years ago. And once tooth decay has already started,
Mm-hmm.
you can go to the dentist and fix them, you know, get crowns or fillings and things like that. But there were other things. in recovery, there's other things that you have to take care of, like getting doctors lined up, getting dentists lined up, getting therapists lined up, getting your psychiatrist lined up, everything that you have to do. And all that stuff, it's a process to get sober. If you could just snap your fingers and get sober, we wouldn't need, mental health facilities and detox centers and rehab places,
Right.
So there's a process, and, you have to get your finances order. And then, it's not, some of those places that I stayed in were like $2,800 a night.
Oh,
Yep.
And you
I
start.
put my son through treatment 3 times, so I know.
And how long do you have to stay in there for?
Within 1 month, my original sobriety date would have been June 29th. My actual sobriety date, June 29th of 2015. My actual sobriety date was July 28th. So within that 1 month period of time, I spent 1 night in the emergency room, 12 days in detox, 3 days in a 28-day treatment center, another night in the emergency room, 5 days in detox, and 11 days in a 28-day treatment center. So basically, I was an inpatient for that entire month of July.
Wow.
Right.
And some of those places, like I said, ranged in price from $1,500 a night to $2,800 a night.
Right.
Goodness.
And then you'd be surprised how much insurance doesn't cover.
That's sad.
Correct.
Which is crazy to me because
in Tennessee, it's better to not have health insurance than it is to have health insurance, because Tennessee has state block grants where they'll cover it all. Or if you have insurance, the insurance only pays partial. And then you get out from your inpatient and you have to go to outpatient. And that was a 6-week process, because I wasn't playing games. I needed to desperately not drink again ever.
Right.
I really needed to never take another drink of alcohol in my life. And so I was willing to do at all costs what it took to get me in a position to where I was well suited to face this world and the people in it without having to take a drink to get through it.
Right.
So anyway, when you get out, and I was single parent, I've raised my son since he was 6.5. He'll be 21 this birthday. So I had all, to deal with that, and I'm not complaining or playing a victim. I don't play that shit. I'm just giving a description of when you get sober, things that sober people have to face. You have to face responsibilities and accountabilities, and you have to go to work and clear up the job that you screwed up so bad because you took so many sick days off and called in so much, and so on and so forth. Anyway, it's a process, and by the time you get through that, something has to be last and something has to be first. Well, at that time, my teeth had already started, of course, getting in bad shape, but the money was better spent on other things that took priority over my teeth. Because at that time, my teeth weren't causing me a bigger issue. Now my son's grown up, graduated, went off to college. He's out doing his own thing, renting a house, got his own job, so on and so forth. Got the kid out of the way. Now it's time to fix dad, because he's out working, earning his own money, so I can take the money and apply towards my lack of taking care of myself. It's the price you pay when you stay drunk for 30 years.
Right.
But congratulations on that.
Yeah.
So it's all a process that you have to go through to do it. But I
No, I
wouldn't.
understand more than anybody because, and I've spoke out about this before, like I have a son who is 26, who has now been clean for 16 months for a meth. And the shit I went through, you know, just as a mom. And by the way, if you, I'm going to promote this for a second, but if you have a child who is an addict, there are Facebook groups called the Mother's Addict. They are, and each state has their own chapter. Those women were the most amazing people to me because they knew what I was going through, and I could vent and I could tell them everything. And it all stays there, but they know, right? A lot of people don't understand, and a lot of people, especially as a mother of an addict, they think, oh, it was you, right? You did bad parenting. No, it wasn't me. My son was raised, you know, in a great house, in a loving house, but he went to a party in Boulder one time and somebody offered meth, and I never got my kid back for a long time.
Right.
And so I would say, yeah, there's a Facebook group called the Mother's Addict. And then through that, you can get each state's chapter. And those women are so amazing if you're the mother. But I did the same with my son. So he's 26, but after meth use for so long, and he's been sober now, you know, yeah, his teeth have taken a hit.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, if we can't fix them, we'll replace them and you'll have great teeth. And, but, you know, I just paid for him to get the gum grafting, bone grafting, that kind of stuff done. And then he had to have some other surgeries and stuff. So I went ahead and paid for it and did it. I don't know if it'll help, if it won't. The problem is that our dental insurance sucks.
Well,
and teeth are so important to your health. I mean, so important, like with your heart, with everything. They're so important, but our dental insurance covers like what, $1,500 to $2,500 a year.
I don't have any dental insurance, so all of this that I'm
It's
doing
not good
is
anyway.
straight
It's
tax.
really not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
have Delta Dental, and I think it only covers like 60%.
But it has a max year, because that's what I'm going through right now. And so I'm having to pay out of pocket for all my stuff. And I had to pay for my son, although he did, you know, like, okay, I'm 44, I have a 26-year-old, and that did make me feel old. But when my son turned 26 just a few weeks ago, I got an email from our insurance that says your kid has outed, like he's aged out, right? Because they only cover up to 26. That made me feel old.
Well, thank God you were able to see him turn 26.
Right. Oh my God.
Oh no, I mean, I've never told his full story, and I probably never will online, but these girls know his full story. And it's incredible, and it's amazing. And I'm so happy that I got the miracle that many people don't.
Well, I will definitely commend him. When I got out of rehab, I worked for in a recovery clinic. It was actually in Greenville. I've got a friend that works for well, I'm not going to put the name of the organization out here because a lot of people hate me and they'll go real life. But anyway, it works through the state of Tennessee to get recovery centers set up in the counties here in Northeast Tennessee, because there's so many people that need recovery, but there's so few places that you can go to get it. Hawkins County was one of those counties, but I happened to choose Greene County. And because there was a doctor that had heard about me from one of their patients that went to AA. No, they actually called the AA hotline. That's what it was. They called the AA hotline. Then I ended up knowing somebody that knew a patient. Anyway, I went down and we had a interview process, you know, kind of thing. He interviewed me and wanted to see, you know, what he wanted, a real life guy, somebody that had went, you know, through the struggles and was familiar with all of the procedures, going to the emergency room, going to detox, going to rehab, going to outpatient, so that I could benefit his clinic, And I worked with a lot of people that struggled with methamphetamine addiction. And of anything, any drug that I've ever seen besides one, and they would tie, meth is the devil.
Absolutely.
The other one would be bath salts / gravel.
Oh, yes.
Bath salts and gravel are horrible.
And it permanently fucks your brain. I don't think I have ever seen anyone become normal again after bath salt use.
Yeah.
Well, that's how my son, he had meth-induced psychosis. And occasionally he would show up at my house, and it was, and don't get me wrong, I fought for my son. I had him arrested once, and it wasn't my fault. But I'll do whatever I have to do to get my son clean, right? So I called the cops on him. It was him who got irritated after telling the cops. Oh my God, I can't even tell the whole story. I won't tell it. But anyway, the psychosis was crazy, the meth-induced psychosis, and he got mad, and he had a Taco Bell cup, and he pulled the lid off and threw his drink out, and there was a syringe in it. And he went to jail. And I would do it again, because I'd rather my son be in jail than be on meth. But the cop told me, he said that because of, how now you have to show ID at the pharmacy to get certain medications, and you can only get so much. Because they restricted all that, it's coming from other countries, and it's not the same as it once was.
Right.
And the cop told me most people don't come off it.
Well, like I said, in my time of my partying days and seeing people on it, and then my time of spending, time in inpatient and outpatient facilities, and then the time that I worked at the recovery clinic, I got to see a lot of people on every drug ever made, I guess. And I saw more relapses from meth users than anything, by far, hands down.
Yep.
By far, hands down.
I agree.
So.
And I put my son through treatment 3 times. The first time, and I'm not even kidding you, this is where I learned it from. There's an app for that. They forgot to take his phone. He got on an app, and he ordered somebody to bring him drugs to the facility, and they did it. So he got kicked out.
Yeah.
And then, the second and third time, I would think, oh, this is it. No, it wasn't. But most insurances don't cover, and a lot of people want to get clean, but a lot of insurances don't cover, or people are uninsured, and they don't have $30,000 to spend on treatment.
Yeah.
Because like the second time my son went in, he was inpatient for 5 months. And then the third time he went in, he was inpatient for 8 months.
Whoa.
And those still didn't work.
Yeah. Well, I learned something. Recovery can actually be free. It actually can. But there are some of us, and it does not make you any stronger or weaker than the next alcoholic or addict, that need a little more help than being able to do it on your own. There is no shame in having to go to the emergency room and ask for help, or go to your primary care physician and ask for help. You're not weak when you do that. You're actually strong when you do that.
Very strong.
Because you realize that you've run up against something that you can't beat on your own.
Right.
And that was, my case in many of the
If you have
people
anything
that are
else,
in recovery that are out there. They figured out that I could not drink. And that's why I had 2 runs of it, the emergency room detox and the rehab, because I thought I'd learned enough that I could go out and do it again. And in less than a month's time, I was back in the emergency room, back into detox, back into inpatient, because in that month, I learned beyond a shadow of a doubt that I could not drink. I had to be put up somewhere behind locked doors to where I couldn't get to alcohol, because I would get to alcohol regardless. I would. And when I learned that, my recovery turned 180 degrees, because I realized me and myself, I could not keep myself from drinking. As many times as I would tell myself I wouldn't do it, I would do it. And that's a sign of strength. If you realize that and you go and you voluntarily admit yourself to a treatment center, so you'll be behind locked doors so that you can't get to your substance of no choice. I hate hearing people say, what's your drug of choice? Hell, my drug of choice at one point in time was damn near about anything I could get my hands on. What I'm concerned about is my drug of no choice, the shit that I'm doing that I don't want to do no more, but I just can't stop doing. Regardless of what happens to me, whether it's jail, whether it's my wife leaving, whether it's getting fired, whether it's the judge telling me he's going to lock me up, regardless of what. That's what I'm concerned about, is what's my drug of no choice. That's the one that keeps landing me in the damn problem.
I get that. Because you wanted to not drink, right? But you just couldn't not drink.
Correct.
Yeah.
In some of our literature, it says that alcohol became paramount to everything. And if you look at what the definition of paramount is, and then you look at what the definition of everything is, everything includes jobs, health, jail time, relationships, mothers, fathers, children, jobs, everything. A drink was more important than everything, to the point that it was paramount above everything. But I did not want to do it.
Right. I get that. That's my son. He would always tell me, I don't want to be this way. I don't want to do this, but he just couldn't stop.
Yep.
And I knew he didn't want to. And
my mother used to fuss at me. She would say,
I'll tell a part of his story. I'll tell it because maybe it helps somebody else. But a part of his story was on May 6, 2021, which is honestly how I got into Summerwell's case, because I was sitting in a hospital. I got a call. The first call said, your son's dead. I didn't even know this person. Didn't even know him. They said he wasn't breathing. It wasn't until I finally could figure stuff out that he had been put to a hospital that I found out he wasn't dead, but he was on life support. He had been unconscious, no breathing, no heart rhythmias, nothing, for an hour before paramedics got there. Paramedics got there. They were able to revive his heart. It took him about 30 minutes the first time. He flatlined on the way to the hospital. It took him another 14 minutes to revive his heart, and he was on life support. I went through the worst time of my life. Not knowing what is the right call, what is the right decision. Do I give up? Do I take him off life support? What is this quality of life going to be like? And I just, finally the neurologist called me and he said, let's address it in 6 months to a year. Let's see where he's at. So this was supposed to be a long-term thing. And I said, okay. I mean, he has massive anoxic brain damage from no oxygen to the brain. And he was 24 at the time. And like probably 8 weeks later. So this was in June, right? So I was at the hospital every day, but obviously couldn't talk to him. So that's how I came to be in the Summer Wells case. And he woke up. He woke up and he remembered me, and it took a lot for him. I mean, he had to learn to walk, talk, eat, everything again, but he did it. And he's 26 and he snowboards and he drives and he works 3 jobs. And he doesn't remember a lot of his previous time.
Folks, that's strength right there.
It's amazing.
It is. He is a rock star.
That is strength. And that all leads me back to we got on this subject because of, all the fuckery. And I think it was Carol Johnson. It was Carol Johnson that I was talking to. Here's the thing when fuckhead, all the fuckheads that are accusing any of us that are out here on YouTube of being on substances or whatever, and you have no proof that we all are, you all can fuck directly off.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Because here's the deal. People were talking this shit, the most recent one, and it's been done many times, and I don't give a damn how y'all feel about Cam. I don't give a shit. Cam is an addict, and he has been in recovery and has been clean. And if he messed up, don't you fucking joke about it. And don't you fucking poke fun, because I'm here to tell you, if you have ever been around the recovery community, you know that a relapse can mean an OD.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you never know when you relapse if that's not going to be your time.
Yep.
So for you to make some kind of sick joke on the fucking internet about somebody's disease that possibly could have killed them for them slipping up one time, fuck directly off.
I agree.
Fuck directly off.
And that has nothing to do with Cam, because if it would have concerned anybody else, if it would concern you, the very one of accusing him of doing it, I would say the same thing about the ones that accused you of it.
Yep. And I think that's why, honestly, even before I was a jerk, Cam holds a little special place to me, because he came out, he said his story, he admitted to what he had done, and I emailed him. And this was before I was ever a jerk, way back when. And I said, you won me over, and this is why. And I told him my story, and we had conversations about, my son. And that's how he won me over, was because he was real, he was honest about it, and maybe it could help one other person. You never know. You don't know what anybody else is going through. But I also know the bullshit could put a former addict back in a relapse.
It could if they're not on.
Worth it.
And here's the thing. Last night, before Cam did his live, he kept saying, I called him. I didn't call him. He called me. But that doesn't matter. He called me about a totally different situation. I interrupted him because I wanted to get some answers. And that's why Carol and I was talking about it. Because there was a paragraph that I was going to read to Cam out of some of our recovery literature. And I told him that it was coming from a place of genuine care and concern if what these rumors were happened to be the truth. Because regardless, if I think that there might be somebody out there struggling and I think I might be able to help them, I'm going to give it that whirl. Now, I can't keep anybody clean and sober, just like I can't get anybody drunk or drugged. They got to do it. But I just simply asked him last night when he called, I was like, I want the damn truth. Tell me when the last time that you used was beyond the limit of what your doctor prescribes to you. And he told me, just like he's told everybody else, just like he was saying in his live last night.
He has. He told us.
December of 2021.
Yep.
And he ain't done nothing, according to him. And I got to trust him, because I don't have any proof that otherwise. And you know what? None of you all motherfuckers do either.
Nor is it any of our business, really.
No, but
Nor is
told
it
us
any
he
of
was
your
clean
damn
for
business.
6 years, and he did have a relapse. But part of relapse is part of recovery.
Absolutely.
And pulling yourself back out of that and getting yourself back on track, I commend him.
Well, that's what the point that I was going to make. So here's another thing. He admitted that he did in December 2021. Listen, fuckers, it's January of 2023. It's been 13 months since that happened. So y'all fuck off. What are you trying to do, to drive him to do it again?
I think they are.
Yeah.
Sick fuckers.
I really think they are.
You sick fuckers.
Yeah.
Because
you should be damn ashamed of your damn selves. You're fucking pathetic to do that to a person, whether you like them or not, because of something they said on the fucking internet. For God's sakes, would you fucking grow up?
Yeah. Unlike everybody else that wanted to just run with rumors, we called them, we talked to them, we asked.
We had a long conversation with Cam, and
it was a great conversation. And
oh my God.
What you people are doing to them. That's all I'm going to say.
And what you people don't even know that we will never tell. This is his story to tell. But it's fucked up. That's all I have to say.
Beyond fucked up.
We see you. Yeah, we
back
see you.
off. Just leave him alone and back off.
We don't
try to take creators' sides. We try to be independent, but I do have a soft spot because of what I went through with my son. I absolutely have a soft spot for him. And so,
I would say that Cam is a friend. Definitely a friend.
Absolutely.
But you know what?
We be my son's age, so it grabs my heart.
Yeah.
Right. And what we didn't do is we didn't take it to YouTube. We didn't blast anybody. We wanted to know what was going on.
We wanted to know if Cam needed anything we could do if he needed any help, if there was something wrong.
And we didn't accuse him either. We just listened. We just listened to his story and listened to what was going on. We didn't come out accusing him of anything. We listened, and then we formed our own opinions.
Yeah. And
my opinion is he is not on drugs.
No.
But there is some fucked up shit going on.
Very fucked up shit. No, he was cool as a cucumber. As soon as we got him on, he calmed down a lot. And he has stuff going on like ADHD and God only knows what else that he's not being treated for. So, like when people who are anxious to begin with kind of get caught up on a particular topic, it kind of seems like they might be, spinning a little, but that's just him in his natural state. That's not him on some kind of stimulant. That's just the way his brain works.
Well, that's what I talked to him
If he
about.
was on, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's what I talked to him about, and that's what somebody else, who I won't say, talked to him about, is because my son was ADHD, unmedicated, and ultimately that's what, not knowing to me, right? I didn't know. I wish I would have known. I didn't know that's what led him to drugs, because it calmed it down.
Yeah, no, he was as cool as a cucumber, but listening to like his mod here just said YouTube has put them through absolute bullshit. Enough
It's
to
insane.
anybody would have gone off the deep end.
Yep.
And for what? For what?
Right.
Just because he wants to try to find out what happened to that little girl.
Yeah.
That's,
and people want his sources.
Everybody, what the hell is wrong with you guys? What the hell is wrong with you that you would do all the kind of things that you're doing to Cam and any other creators that you're doing it to?
Right.
Yeah. Simply are trying to just find answers. Cam and Allie came to YouTube and started a channel because they heard about a little girl that disappeared and they wanted to help. It tugged at their hearts. It reminded them their own children, and that's where they started at. That's where they've stayed. They haven't done a lot of stuff. Yes, did they talk to Dawn and Candace and all of that? They did, but did you see them videoing that and posting it up anywhere? You didn't.
No, we seen videos, but not videos of
the
drama.
Actually found more missing kids than anybody else on YouTube. I was in that live that night where that runaway girl called them.
That's right.
Yeah.
You're not
I think my honest opinion
when you go
is,
after these creators.
Yeah, my honest opinion,
fake BS.
They have amazing hearts, and they truly do care. They care.
I agree fully.
Which is why I take a little bit to heart. I do take it to heart. Anytime there's somebody is being blamed for addiction, I take it to heart because I've been through this. I see my son in him, and I don't deal with that well.
Yeah,
I have a soft spot for recovering addicts.
I honestly believe that if they could finally find out, I'm not saying necessarily they will be the one to find it out, but if an answer is ever found out about Summer, then Cam will say, oh, maybe it was worth it. But right now, he's been put through hell, and he just keeps coming on and keeps looking for answers and trying his best. But I promise you, he's not feeling like anything's worth it right now.
Right. Which makes it hard to want to come on.
And it makes it hard to trust, too, because people have gotten close to them just to stab them in the back, to steal their sources, and then to ice them out of stuff.
What the heck is, what is the point? Why would you want to run off somebody who has done so much work to try to find answers? Why would you want to run somebody like that off? That doesn't make any sense. That makes you a very bad person, and maybe you should go on the suspect list.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. It's insane to me.
Fucking sick. Also, you can be the first one to break the story.
Lean on me. We like you here. I adore you.
Well, we love Lean on Me.
I know. I adore her, and I love Dazed. I've actually come to like the smaller channels lately.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Me too. Me too.
100%.
Now I can't wait to watch the Raccoon Tavern.
Saloon.
Saloon,
I don't
sorry.
know. Yeah.
Can't wait to
Raccoon
make
Saloon.
a raccoon saloon.
There's a
Those
video on there that I
raccoon
happened to
saloon.
catch this morning, and one of the raccoons, I had like this ball thing hanging, and it swings on it. I laughed out loud watching that thing swinging back and forth, and it got off and it conked him in the head a couple of times. And,
Oh,
oh, it's great.
We don't get
Yeah.
them. We just get possums over here and squirrels. I'm sure there's raccoons, but my dogs would probably chase them down. And
Hey, have y'all seen the video of that hawk that caught that squirrel and the squirrel escaped? Well,
Oh my God, no! I gotta look that up. Though.
they don't know. The hawk caught the squirrel, and then he messes around with him for a little bit. It looks like he's trying to position him, and the squirrel's not cooperating, of course. And then the hawk flies off into the woods with the squirrel. Well, the next day, there's a squirrel comes up, and it's got a sore on its side. And they say, could this be the squirrel? Could this squirrel have escaped, from that hawk? I think there was like 10,000 comments underneath it. But it was pretty cool.
I didn't realize they could pick up what they can pick up.
Yeah, they can.
I see them swoop through the trees around here, and
they can pick up bunnies.
Yeah, bunnies, and I think small dogs and cats.
Yes.
And
yep.
Oh, Rennie saw it.
It
was crazy. The squirrel survived.
Yeah.
It's neat
thing.
to watch the juvenile hawks around here as they're learning to hunt, and that's what I think that was the one last night.
That's fascinating.
Was a juvenile hawk catching an adult squirrel?
Do they have an older one that shows them, or do they just out on their own?
Yeah, they just
wow.
They just do it on their own. But
so we have eagles down here, and I was so surprised, and I want to see them. We're not that far away, but I want to go get my camera out and take pictures of them.
Is Natasha a mod at Cam's? I'm just curious, but absolutely, yes. I agree with what you said.
And KB wants to know, or Indy wants to know, how tall is Scott?
Yeah, I'm putting it in chat right here. 5'11", Indy.
That's pretty tall, considering, at least to me.
Yeah, it's almost 6 foot.
Yeah, it's almost a foot taller than me.
I know, me too.
Y'all are short.
Yeah.
I used to be 6 foot, but I'm also 52, so.
I asked my doctor about that, and I went in, and I said, I haven't shrunk. And he's like, nope, you're doing good.
Oh, gosh. I hope I haven't shrunk.
So, my mom did. And
my mom has.
I can't afford to shrink. I cannot afford to shrink.
No, osteoporosis runs in my family, so
you could go through that.
Yeah. No, I take extra CalMag to make sure it doesn't.
Now my oldest, when she was 17, I took her in, and she swore to the doctor that she shrunk 3 inches. I was like, no, you didn't. You don't shrink when you're that young. She swore she was taller. I was like, no.
Oh God!
I didn't realize was my grandma, my mom's mom, had osteoporosis real bad, and she shrunk a lot, but she wasn't really actually shrinking. I guess is her back.
Yep.
was arching.
Oh.
So it would just a little bit of arch in your back, over a long space, from your pelvis to the top of your head. A little bit of an arch can turn into a lot.
I'm not gonna lie, I just sat up straight right now.
No, did you?
Straighten that posture out, man.
So as the osteoporosis would, as the arch would increase in her back, of course, naturally her overall torso height would get shorter. It wasn't actually that she was quote unquote shrinking. It was just her spine was changing. The configuration of her torso was changing, which in turn made her shorter, as far as like actual physical measure.
Mother says her feet are shrinking. My feet have always been wide and short.
I
So
wish my feet would shrink.
I have small, wide feet.
See, that's me. I have small, wide feet.
I have long, skinny everything.
Yes, you do. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
No, I need like an 8.5 shoes, and it looks like clown shoes because I'm so little.
Isn't that weird? See, my daughter's, the oldest one is 5'3", and she wears a 9 shoe, and I'm like, it's crazy.
I'm 5'7". I wear an 11.
Oh, you're kidding!
Every time I had kids, my foot grew.
An 11?
11.
See, I always wondered. I've heard that could happen when you had kids. Now, mine didn't do that. They just got fatter, I think, but they didn't get longer or anything. But that's crazy.
What? Lean on me. Somebody blocked you in Cam's chat last night.
We already know Cam has some rogue mods. We pointed out a few to him that we felt.
Oh, that's right.
Honestly, Cam didn't even know that mods could block.
Yeah.
Until the other night. He said, I thought they just time people out. No,
he gets so many people in his chat. He can't.
Yeah. And we said
so. He knows he has rogue mods. I would
send him an email. Yeah, send him an email.
He will unblock you. He's trying to figure it out.
That's
but,
crazy.
yeah, we pointed some of them out that we saw. So yeah,
Bird on a wire. Oh,
I would tell that to anybody. If you were blocked in Cam and Ellie's, I would just email him.
I gotta dip out of here. I gotta vacuum and feed my cats.
But we have to play one last video real quick.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and jump down too, ladies, and let y'all close it up.
Night, Scott.
Circle Church style.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you all so much. I always enjoy you all.
Thank you.
All righty.
Good night.
Good night.
Lolita, we need to play one video.
Okay.
Yes.
What are we playing?
Just that one. Because I'm gonna have to mute so I don't bust up laughing and fall on the floor.
This is the best.
Colleen, so good.
Oh, Colleen. Is that on Griffey?
Colleen.
Yeah.
It is so good.
Let me find it.
Do we know the timestamp? I guess you could just scroll till
towards the middle.
Colleen pops up.
Tanga put it in Discord, the timestamp. I don't remember it. And I can't jump back to Discord because I'm on my phone, but look in Discord. She put the timestamp.
Oh, look.
To Grandpa? Oh, my goodness. We have all sizes in my family, from 6'6" on down to 4 foot,
right,
11 to 10. It's TJ said it's like at 14.
Okay.
34 minutes in.
34. Oh, okay.
Okay, which one is it? The
Stop the BS. Stop the BS speculations already.
14 minutes in.
That's what. Yeah. That's what Tanga put.
Said. Yeah.
Okay. Oh my God, this is going so slow.
And also, can a mod drop Lean on Me's channel?
No, wait, it's taking me forever. Okay, no, wait, I went too far. Oh, come on, freaking click already. God damn it.
Again, if the worst that she has come out of that situation is that JTR sent her something that she wanted, I think.
Echo.
Yeah, I know. I gotta find before I can click on that. I have to find the timestamp here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's taking me forever. My computer is so freaking slow. I gotta stop messing with that green screen. No, what the hell? No, wait, I don't see her. It's not at 14 minutes. Oh, it's before.
Yeah, go more back. Keep going. You're at 34 minutes right now. You need to go to 14 minutes.
Yeah, that's where I was.
Go till you see the person on the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not there. Yeah.
Yeah, 14:34. No, it was
Did I
around
read it
the.
wrong?
No, I think it was around the 30 something.
34. 34. 34.
Right, 30. Okay, there we go. 34:45.
Cindy, it's calling drinky drink.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I heard you
I
were
hear you
very
being
upset.
horrible about Heidi because she's just accused you of something.
I don't think Heidi likes me, Colleen.
Well, I'm sure Heidi's right. Heidi's very rarely wrong, you know. Very, very rarely. I mean, okay, she's got a minge like a butcher's dumpster, but you can't blame her for that, the poor old girl.
She has to work with what she's got. I'm sure it hasn't been seen recently either, so there's that we can be grateful for. Have you sent any PayPals or Cash Apps recently, Colleen? Drink.
I can't seem to get it to work. No matter how many times they show me and they tell me, I just can't seem to do it. Which is good because I've got no intention of sending them any money anyway. It's just, I like the attention.
How many cans of Special Brew could you buy down at Asda for the same price of a $5 super chat? I mean, quite frankly.
Wow, you're assuming that I pay for them. I mean, there's no need to pay for them. If I've got my big coat on, I just shove them in my pockets and off I go.
That's only after the prison pocket is already full with the miniatures.
Yes, the warm pocket. The warm pocket is always the one that you fill first.
So, dear Colleen Drinky Drink, do you believe for a minute that dear wee Frosty Ewok is lovely 15, being a some or other UK person yourself?
Well, I mean, I don't much like wee Frosty, well, because she's horrible to purple. She's horrible. So I don't care. But even me, I've got to acknowledge that Lovely 15's got an Essex accent. And, wee Frosty's obviously Scottish. So I don't know how they're confusing them. I mean, it's like you being Australian and them thinking that you're English. It's ridiculous.
G'day, you bastard. Do you think, Colleen, that maybe how many Cash Apps or PayPals do you think it will take for the Snake Pit to accept you as one of their own?
Well, you mean promises of Cash Apps? Because I've got no intention of sending any.
I would wager at least Cindy's other Venmo credit card.
Right.
Yeah, does anybody have Cindy's phone number? Because I'd really like to get in touch with Cindy. Because I think we could really get along. Especially if she gives me a social security number.
Oh my God, can you imagine? I'm sorry to hear that you were poorly recently, Colleen. I think most people would have empathy towards that. But do you not find it surprising that your new friends didn't know you have an adult son and grandchildren when I knew that? And the reason I knew that is because you said that on their panel.
Yeah,
that's how I knew that.
The first time I went up, I made it very, 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 very clear to them that I was deeply upset by the fact that I didn't get to see my grandchildren because my son's a bastard. And he won't let me. But then I sort of forgot that. And the next time I came up, both my children were dead. Which was a bit of a surprise, but there you go. Nobody noticed, so we carry on.
Well, there is that wee psychic dude that hangs about in the chat. He's been able to keep a
Colin, yeah. Colin's a great shag, you know. Phone sex with Colin is absolutely immense.
Oh God.
The bastard.
Oh, you've seen Colin as well.
No. Luckily, I'm not into that no more.
Oh.
I tried.
You like to drink from the fairy cup?
Yes.
Oh.
I like my muffins.
Wow. I'm speechless. So tell me more.
What?
Colleen, we're just a wee bit
sorry?
confused. You used to be friends with you say you've watched Purple a lot, and then the first time you were on Purple's panel you didn't know who Tony was. But then you went over to Tony's and did all your thing, and since then you've been anywhere and everywhere that you can get on panel, and even places that won't let you.
I'm really annoyed by you. Why are you paying so much attention to facts? You're just meant to go along with it. I don't remember what I've said to one panel to the next.
That I have noticed this about you, Colleen. Yes, I have noticed that you don't really remember what happens one day to the next.
I don't actually drink, you know. It's just a great cover story.
It's just a happy
when you mess up, you just say, "Oh, I must have had a drink." That, or you blame it on Tara.
Or Chris. She seems to be the scapegoat. Oh, wait. Ex-scapegoat for everything.
Oh, the ex-scapegoat.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard that Chris is responsible for the recent death of the Pope.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
I also heard that Vintage was seen on the grassy knoll with a rifle when Kennedy was shot. Oh yeah, they're all in it. It's all a big conspiracy.
I knew she had purchased a book from that depository, and that is all the proof that we need.
That's that Tara in the chat. You're disgusting, Tara. You're disgusting. You're horrible.
Well, let me just say, Tangeray, you have my fullest permission.
I'm sorry,
There you
I'm not.
have it
I'm
on the
not
line.
staying here. I'm not staying here. If you're going to have Tara in the chat, no. I'm going.
No,
I'm going.
Colleen, don't worry. That's a fake Tara. That is a troll trying to.
Oh, look at what you did, Tara. Look at what you did.
Tara, look at that. You made our dear poor drink hop off the panel and run her ass over to Liverpool.
Can somebody contact the local intensive carers in the area just to be sure? Because quite frankly, we're never sure. So if we just do a wee check, that would be good. Thank you. Apparently this happens instantly. Instant harm, instant recovery. It's amazing. A bit like the magic tea. Everything's just milliseconds of effect.
I mean, I still tried to explain to her that that is actually just a troll trying to beat Tara to upset her, to not let it bother her and stuff.
Yeah, I don't think that worked. Well, I don't think that worked very well at all. No.
No, not much. Hey there, Lord girl. And anybody else I might have missed? I know I missed Miss Lucy. Hello, Miss Lucy. Tits
Lolita,
McGee,
we
Roxy,
couldn't hear.
Tobeans, Tara.
Dun, dun.
Dear Eliza, Pollyanna. Oh, you still owe Pollyanna a song, by the way. Thundergun, Jody Ann, Tango
99 bottles of beer on the wall. 99 bottles of beer.
Hey, Lolita.
Not going down, broke its crown. 98 bottles of beer on the wall.
All together now.
At least us Africans know that one too.
She went to go back to him. I know she did.
No, I'm trying to
There you
stop
go,
it, but
there's-
my computer's stuffing up.
Pollyanna
I'm
was
sorry.
Lagging so bad. It's taking me like 10 whole minutes just to click on something.
Well, there you go.
I hate when my laptop does that.
Yeah.
I need
It's
to.
like, just do the thing I'm asking you to do real quick.
I
Then
need
you
to
can hit
reboot
button
it.
after that.
No, because I had the freaking green screen on earlier, and I shouldn't have because it always does this.
That's cool.
So yes, that was Colleen's appearance on Griffey's today. I saw that the mods were so delightful and dropped Griffey's channel in the chat. Appreciate that. Guys, if you're not subbed up over there, go over there and sub up. It's a good time every time. I don't make it in there for every show, but every show that I stop in, I have a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
All right, are we ready to get out of here?
Griffey says, please tell that Griffey girl to stop singing.
I thought that was great, actually. That was great.
It was so much fun.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for everybody for coming. And if I can click on this here.
Sub up to the True Crime channel. I promise we're going to get over there and do another live soon.
Yeah. I think we're going to do a Summer Wells discussion, and our first guest will be Cam and Scott H.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to miss that. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Yeah, I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke, yeah. And I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke, yeah. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down.